The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional, medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided as is and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to. So, welcome everyone to the Cash Corona Telegram meeting in English. This is the North American team. The hosts are Alex Skorick and myself, Mark Anderson. It's January 31st, 2021, as we get ever closer to the 3/21/21 date where another new beginning will begin. I want to thank you all for sharing your time, sharing your knowledge. And in this platform, everyone's equal. So feel free, whether you have knowledge, you don't, you have questions or you don't, to contribute. And again, as Mr. Kesh said, there's silent lines of communication as well as verbal lines of communication. And we're all connected to the Creator and to each other. So there shouldn't be anyone hesitating about anything. There are no dumb questions, and we welcome you all. I'd like to start today with the Radio Vision interview that Mr. Kesh did perhaps a week or more ago in Italy, where he shared some knowledge, some more knowledge about the Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit, as well as the Materials Unit, Enhancement Unit, and a few other topics. So I'd like to take about 25 minutes to listen to this interview. You can pick this interview up on plasmacircle.com if you want to hear the full, it might be a 90-minute or more interview. So I'd like to go right to the interview, and I want to thank Elias. He's provided some backgrounds, a video clip, and some pictures that we can see the unit, and I hope we can put that somewhere, Elias, where others can see it and spread it around, because this is such a fantastic unit. It can be used anywhere in the universe. That's why Mr. Kesh said in this interview, we call it the Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. And of course, it can be set to fly as well. I don't know in the matter state, but I do know in the dimension of the Creator. So let's go to that interview. We're just letting a couple more people in here. Okay, now. We'll start near the beginning, about 15 minutes into it. And there's plenty to absorb from this interview, as with all Mr. Kesh's interviews. So we'll get started here and let it play for a little while.
Gli ho chiesto questa domanda qua. So, Mr. Cash, yes, so the theme was about the enhancement unit and the power of the plasma technology. And yeah, so I will not repeat myself. It's okay.
Yes, I have no problem. It's depends what people know about the enhancement unit and what enhancement unit means. And what we see as what we call the progress in technology.
Dice praticamente dipende che cosa la gente sa sull'enhancement unit e che cosa l'enhancement unit significa e tutto quello che è legato ai progetti che sono legati a questa enhancement unit.
Yes, sorry.
The prime understanding is that the Keshe Foundation is a space technology.
La fondazione è un istituto per la come si dice?
Aerospaziale.
Aerospaziale, esatto, si dedica alla tecnologia spaziale.
And in the space technology, the present newest space technology
E nel presente, in questa tecnologia spaziale ora, in questo momento,
is very different than the past space technology, like NASA.
e questa tecnologia spaziale di cui parliamo noi, la nostra tecnologia, è estremamente diversa da quella che la NASA ci ha presentato fino a questo momento.
In a NASA technology, you wear suits, you have to carry food, you have to carry the water, you have to carry fuel to burn, to be able to take off the ground.
La NASA intende la tecnologia spaziale correlata di una serie di cose come del cibo da portare nello spazio, del carburante, una combustione che ci porti nello spazio, delle tute da vestire per coprirci. Questo è lì come la NASA intende la tecnologia spaziale in questo momento.
The newest space technology has no rocket propulsion.
Mentre la nostra tecnologia non funziona con il mezzo di propulsione che ha portato la NASA fino a questo momento.
The newest space technology is the space technology of the Earth.
E la nuova tecnologia spaziale è la tecnologia spaziale della Terra.
When we look at the Earth,
quando guardiamo la Terra,
it travels at a high speed around itself. It travels at high speed around the sun. It travels at high speed the solar system, in the galaxy, and the universe. But it has no rocket propulsion.
Se prendiamo in esame la Terra, gira su se stessa ad altissima velocità all'interno del sistema solare e all'interno di questa galassia, senza l'ausilio di nessun motore a propulsione.
But at the same time, it produces food, it produces light, it produces energy in the same system.
E nello stesso momento è in grado di produrre cibo, luce e una serie di altre cose all'interno di questo sistema.
And it has inhabitants like us human beings and the animals and the trees.
ed è abitata da esseri umani, creature e alberi che la compongono.
In the interaction with its magnetic gravitational field interaction with its environment creates everything that the Earth needs.
E l'interazione magnetico-gravitazionale dei suoi campi in rispetto all'ambiente in cui si trova crea quello di cui noi abbiamo bisogno.
In the interaction of its gravity and its atmosphere with the sun, gravity and magnetic field creates light and all the material which it needs inside it.
E l'interazione che il suo campo magnetico-gravitazionale ha rispetto al Sole ci consente di avere tutti i materiali di cui abbiamo bisogno sul pianeta.
And us human beings, using what it has, we produce our food, our medicine, our heat, our energy from these magnetic fields of the planet.
E tutto ciò che noi utilizziamo, dai materiali al cibo, alla luce, a qualunque altra cosa, è la diretta conseguenza di questa interazione magnetico-gravitazionale che la Terra ha in rispetto al Sole.
The interaction of the magnetic gravitational field of the Earth and the Sun creates the oxygen at the upper levels. It creates the hydrogen. It creates an interaction with the water of the Earth, the amino acid, the protein.
E l'interazione di questi due plasmi, il Sole e la Terra, la loro interazione magnetico-gravitazionale, produce nei livelli più alti dell'atmosfera ossigeno, idrogeno e quello che noi chiamiamo aminoacidi, e la loro interazione con l'acqua del pianeta, con i mari, produce ciò che produce la vita.
So the secret for human race has been to find out how this planet converts the energy of the sun. It converts the energy of the sun in interaction with its own magnetic gravitational field into food, into motion, into medicine, as plants are the rest, or heating.
L'interazione e il segreto che l'umanità sta per espandere e scoprire è come l'interazione che il Sole e la Terra hanno attraverso l'interazione di questi campi magnetico-gravitazionali che ci conducono ad avere tutte le cose di cui tutti i materiali, le medicine, le piante, quello che denominiamo vita sul pianeta, a tutti i livelli.
And the secret has been to find the process of conversion of matter into life.
E il segreto sta nel capire qual è il punto di unione tra la conversione da materia a vita.
We eat a banana, we eat calcium, we drink milk, and these solids somehow in our body converts into life, becomes us.
E mangiamo una banana, mangiamo del calcio o qualunque altro cibo, e questo cibo si converte all'interno del nostro corpo in vita.
And this secret up to now we didn't have.
E questo segreto fino adesso non era stato scoperto, insomma.
How to convert the energy of the sun, which became the banana or the calcium or the milk, into energy, back into what it came from the sun.
Come per esempio riconvertire l'energia di un frutto o di un altro elemento in stato della materia verso le sue origini come luce, in processo inverso.
In fact, what was missing from the man knowledge was conversion of matter into energy of its creation.
E quello che fino adesso è mancato al genere umano è praticamente il processo inverso da materia ad energia a ritroso.
When we eat a banana in our stomach, a banana doesn't go into our blood or into our lymph. A banana converts into a plasma, that is energy, gets absorbed by our body.
Quando mangiamo una banana, questa banana, una volta convertita nel nostro stomaco, non oltrepassa le barriere del nostro intestino, ma ne viene utilizzato il suo campo magnetico gravitazionale.
And now we have discovered the secret, how to do it and how our body converts matter into energy and to life.
E adesso abbiamo scoperto il segreto, come il nostro corpo è in grado di convertire la materia verso stati energetici non compresi fino ad ora.
And the secret of transmutation of the energy to matter and matter back to energy has been the biggest problem for man up to now.
E questo segreto, questa comprensione di come convertire la materia in energia e l'energia in materia è stato, diciamo, uno dei più grandi grattacapi per l'umanità fino ad oggi.
But we don't talk about converting the matter into heat. The conversion is back to magnetic fields.
Noi non intendiamo tanto convertire la materia in energia, in temperatura, in calore, ma guardiamo alla conversione di questa materia verso la sua origine come campo magnetico gravitazionale.
And now Keshe Foundation, as a space organization, has discovered the system, the technology, and the knowledge how to do this.
E adesso la fondazione ha piena comprensione e capacità in questo processo.
And so we have developed the system which is called Enhancement Unit.
E abbiamo appunto sviluppato questo nuovo sistema che si chiama Enhancement Unit, che significa innalzamento, unità di innalzamento,
where we use the interaction of the fields of these new materials to create matters like Earth anywhere in the universe.
e attraverso l'uso di questa macchina utilizziamo i campi per produrre materia come esattamente fa la Terra nell'universo.
Or create what is missing in the body of the man as certain vitamins or minerals or whatever.
O per creare per esempio dei materiali che nel corpo umano sono mancanti come vitamine o minerali.
Where we deliver the plasma or the magnetic gravitational field of the material and the body takes it and converts it to what it needs.
E all'interno di questa macchina noi siamo in grado di rendere disponibili i campi magnetico-gravitazionali di questi vitamine, minerali, quello che serve, in modo tale che il corpo sia in grado di assorbire ciò di cui ha bisogno.
So in a new space era, we don't need to take any medicine or any food or any energy with us.
E nel nuovo futuro della tecnologia spaziale non abbiamo più bisogno di portare cibo, acqua e alimenti di varia natura nello spazio, perché li prendiamo in questo modo.
Where we use the interaction of magnetic field of different plasmas or these energies to create what we want, the same as the Earth.
E attraverso la comprensione di come funziona la Terra, noi attraverso l'uso dei campi magnetico-gravitazionali siamo in grado di creare materiali e cibo, esattamente come fa la Terra.
And this research has been going on for over 40 years, 50 years.
Queste ricerche ormai stanno andando avanti ormai da 40 anni, 50 anni circa.
And now we have developed a system which can do this job to create energy of the medicine, energy of the food, energy of the air, energy of the water, that the body converts it inside it as it needs.
E ora abbiamo sviluppato questo sistema, questo enhancement unit, che è in grado di produrre cibo, ossigeno e qualunque cosa il corpo umano ha bisogno, sotto forma di campo magnetico gravitazionale.
So we call this enhancement unit, which means it enhances the energy or the power of the plasma or the fields of the universe into what we need.
Ecco perché si chiama unità di innalzamento, perché è in grado di creare e elevare tutto ciò di cui il corpo ha bisogno.
And through this new technology, we handle a lot of things like viruses, like cancer, like Parkinson, in helping on the health aspects.
E attraverso sempre l'uso di questa macchina possiamo tranquillamente gestire virus, Parkinson, tumori e qualunque tipo di malattia afflitto il genere umano fino a questo momento.
And in space, we don't have bacteria and microbes that we can get infection.
Nello spazio non esistono batteri e microbi o infezioni.
We have mainly packages of energy, like the sun or other places, that they move and interact with us.
Abbiamo più che altro a che fare con pacchetti energetici come i raggi del sole e con cui abbiamo delle interazioni.
So in a space, we mainly have viruses to deal with, not bacteria and infections.
E la stramaggioranza di interazioni che abbiamo nello spazio riguarda l'interazione con dei virus, che sono dei pacchetti energetici.
And so enhancement units are two types. One, the one set to produce materials as we need, and one to be used for health, to eradicate diseases which the man carries with him in his body.
E quindi noi abbiamo due tipi di enhancement unit, una è adibita alla produzione di materiali e l'altra è quella adibita per tutto ciò che riguarda l'elevazione dell'essere umano, da quello di cui ha bisogno come materiale al suo spirito, alla sua anima.
We can't send every time you have a new disease or new virus back to Earth to be fixed when you're thousands of years away from Earth, hundreds of days away from Earth.
E non possiamo, una volta nello spazio, una volta che siamo anni luce dallo spazio, tornare indietro per un qualunque problema. Dobbiamo provvedere in diversi modi.
You go into the system locks like a womb of the mother, and if you have a virus, it extracts the virus from your body, or allows the energy of the virus to be transferred inside the body that you have no virus.
Se tu sei colpito da un virus nello spazio, entri all'interno del sistema e il sistema è come la pancia della madre, un utero, e il sistema estrae il virus da te e tu non hai più il virus.
The universe is full of viruses, and Keshe Foundation, the space technology, has been working on this for nearly 40 years. And we have all the solutions for viruses to handle all the cancer or the Parkinson.
L'universo è un posto pieno di virus e la fondazione ha lavorato a questa cosa per oltre 40 anni ed ora, attraverso l'uso di questa macchina, di questa enhancement unit, è in grado di gestire qualunque tipo di virus, qualunque tipo di tumore, Parkinson o altra malattia.
And We have shown using this space technology in Iran and around the world. Even some Italians have used it, people in the United States and in Brazil, that we can overcome any virus, even the corona at the moment.
I test e l'utilizzo che abbiamo fatto di questa macchina in Italia, in Iran, in America e nell'America Latina ha dimostrato che possiamo maneggiare qualunque tipo di virus, incluso il corona.
A report which has been released and ratified by the Iranian government, released last week, confirms a 180-page report, the Keshe Foundation technology for eradication of the corona in Iran, which over officially 12,000 people have used and all have recovered.
C'è un documento che è stato redatto dall'Iran di 180 pagine riguardante i risultati rispetto al coronavirus oltre le 2000 persone guarite attraverso l'uso della tecnologia.
And so we use the energy system of the fields of the universe to overcome diseases and feed and produce materials. And this is called the enhancement unit.
Utilizziamo i campi magnetico-gravitazionali per alimentare, guarire ed elevare l'uomo, ed è quello che noi chiamiamo enhancement unit.
And this unit for the first time was shown and tested in China 2 years ago.
Questa unità è stata ampiamente testata in Cina 2 anni fa.
And the actual full unit was shown in Linz in Austria last year.
E l'unità completa è stata presentata a Linz 2 mesi fa.
Tomorrow, the Keshe Foundation will launch worldwide a air purification system for coronavirus.
Excuse me, Keshe, could you repeat again?
Tomorrow, Keshe Foundation will release a new air purification system to purify any viruses.
Ok, domani la fondazione rilascerà il nuovo sistema per purificare l'aria e renderla libera da ogni tipo di virus.
So it's like a computer unit you put in the house and it extracts the air and purifies the air from any viruses.
È un sistema computerizzato che lo mettiamo in casa e purifica l'aria ed estrae ogni tipo di virus.
And next week, a unit for doctors will be launched where people with a virus can go in it, and within a short time, they will report no virus in the body of the man, where the system will take the energy of the virus internally.
E la prossima settimana ci sarà un'unità che sarà data a tutti i dottori, dove praticamente chi è affetto da un virus può recarsi per essere trattata e nel giro di pochi giorni viene liberato dal virus, non ha più nessun virus.
The air purification system can be put in the car, in the train, in the airplane, in offices, in hospital emergency rooms, that is just plug and play.
E questo sistema di purificazione dell'aria può essere messo in qualunque posto, da treni, aerei, posti in ospedale e qualunque altro posto, per purificare l'aria e renderla libera dai virus.
You can put it in the shop where customers come and go, continuously purifies the air from the viruses.
E questa unità che purifica l'aria può essere messa in posti di passaggio come negozi, dove la gente va e viene e mantiene l'aria sempre pulita dai virus.
It's taken us a long time to develop this technology.
E per sviluppare questa tecnologia abbiamo speso tantissime energie e molto tempo.
And tomorrow is launched internationally on the Keshe Foundation teaching session.
e domani sarà presentata a livello internazionale nei canali della Fondazione.
So we see the benefits of the space technology to be fed down, like the enhancement unit, the air purification, and the virus purification system, which is launched next week.
E quindi tutto il progresso che la Fondazione ha raggiunto viene distribuito verso il basso per migliorare la vita di tutti, come enhancement unit e il sistema di purificazione dell'aria.
Volevo domandare questo, in parte l'ha detto Filippo, questa tecnologia spaziale che può essere quindi utilizzata dove in assenza di ossigeno, in situazioni veramente critiche, naturalmente potrebbe essere utilizzata anche nei deserti della Terra, nei posti dove non c'è acqua, dove non c'è cibo, potrebbe essere utilizzata oltre che nello spazio anche nei posti depressi della nostra Terra.
Okay. He asking, so this technology we can use in the some place on Earth where we have extreme condition like desert, like
You
cold
can use it
place.
anywhere.
La puoi usare in qualunque posto.
You can use it anywhere in the universe.
La
It's
possiamo
called
usare.
Universal Enhancement Unit. It's the way the universe works.
Dice che la possiamo usare in qualunque posto dell'universo perché si chiama appunto unità di innalzamento universale.
You know, you Italians, the first man who said the earth is round and is not center of the universe, you know what you did to him?
Lo sapete che cosa è successo al primo italiano nella storia che ha detto che la Terra non era piatta ma era tonda?
Now we have found the secret of the creation, and I hope you don't do that to us.
Adesso abbiamo scoperto il segreto della creazione e mi auguro che non mi facciate quello che avete fatto a quell'uomo quella volta.
Ma la cosa incredibile, allora intanto voglio essere testimone, sono testimone oculare, cioè devi dire questo a Keshe. Io ho costruito in base a quello che voi mi avete un po' spiegato, in base a qualcosa che ho visto in giro, anche da parte sua, le due coppe, quelle con zinco e rame.
Qual è la domanda, Antonio? Scusa,
No,
non ho
mi sono
capito.
fermato così puoi tradurre,
Ah,
poi continuo.
Antonio says he have a look on the cup and he try to understand how this cup works.
E devo dire che in questi giorni io, e Stefania ne è testimone, soffrivo di uno strano mal di testa che non riusciva a passarmi con niente, tramite che con le solite medicine. E con un solo impacco dell'acqua, diciamo, insieme al GANS, io da oggi non ho più mal di testa. Quindi adesso io sono testimone nel mio piccolo di questo piccolo miracolo.
Okay, he says he don't understood clearly how the cup work, but yesterday and today he's suffering with a bad headache, and what he do, he took some water from the cup and spray on the head, and now suddenly this headache disappear.
Yes, this is correct. Because
It-
headache is an energy which
che è
the
giusto
body
quello-
cannot handle. So with you introducing the energy which is weaker outside, the energy from the brain is transferred outside. That's why you don't have a headache.
Lui dice che hai fatto una cosa giusta perché dice che il mal di testa è un'energia in surplus nel nostro corpo e tu introducendo un'energia più debole all'esterno hai creato un link per cui questa energia più debole ha drenato quella più forte dentro e quindi non hai più il mal di testa.
In the world of plasma and new space technology, always the stronger gives to the weaker to bring it in balance with itself. It never destroys it.
E nel mondo del plasma, di questa fantastica tecnologia, una delle leggi fisiche che la regola è che il più forte alimenta il più debole fino ad arrivare a un punto di balance, ed è un metodo che è completamente diverso dal distruggere qualcosa.
So when you have a headache, your brain has produced too much energy which it cannot handle. It shows itself as pain. And by introducing a weaker plasma outside from the cup, it tries to link to it, and it empties the energy to increase the energy of the water you introduce, so you lose your headache.
E quindi quando tu hai un mal di testa vuol dire che il tuo corpo ha prodotto più energia, e nel portare all'esterno della tua testa un plasma più debole, si crea un link tra i due plasmi, la tua energia interna e quella esterna, per cui si raggiunge un punto di balance, di equilibrio, e quindi il tuo mal di testa sparisce.
It is exactly how it works with the virus. The virus is powerful inside your body. You introduce a weak plasma outside it by the gas water, the water from the plasma, and in the virus, in trying to link to it, to bring it to its balance, it loses its power inside your body and you recover from the virus.
Ed è esattamente come funziona, come la tecnologia.
Okay, so that was just a part of it. I'll play another part of it at the end, but are there any questions? Alex, I hope you're with us. Very nice way to alleviate a headache. It's just that the body can't handle so much energy. You spray the cup one, it sounded like, outside the head. And in trying to link to something weaker, it actually drains the energy from the headache, and the headache disappears.
Yeah, but how much you spray?
As much as you'd like.
No,
The plasma cannot harm. If the body doesn't need it, the body will not take it. Just as he gave
it's
the
not
example.
about harming. It's not about harming.
Okay,
It's how much you deplete this energy or you add to this energy.
very good. Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you.
So it's rather simple technology, but not so simple. There's a lot going on in the cup. As Mr. Kesh said, we made it look simple, but it's not. So that was part of the Radio Vision, and we want to thank Radio Vision. Again, you can find the link on Plasma Circle is one of the places you can find the link. Stefania will go into a little bit more about funding if we can see that later, but every city should be having some sort of group to put together some funds so that they can bring one into their town or their village or their city. I know once these units start to get out there, they'll be harder to come by. And I know Mr. Kesh said when they're commercialized by one of the big companies that it'll probably be a lot more to try to secure one of these units, and there'll be a backup and so on and so forth. That might not be for a while, but hopefully in the next 90 days, and again, it's all based on timing, we will see the first units start rolling out. They were in Linz. He showed the material unit as well as the body enhancement unit. But apparently Linz is being moved right now. The government has said they needed that space to handle the corona and so on testing and treatment center. So for right now, that exhibition will be closed. But I'm sure it'll be opening in many other cities coming in the near future. Anyone want to add anything? All right, very well. Alex, I think you have something you've prepared. Hopefully the interview here and your teaching will allow us to absorb more knowledge of the universe and then the plasma technology. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much, Mark. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Alex Skoric. This is the North American Corona team meeting in English. And I want to welcome not only all the attendees as attendees, but souls from all around the world. And this is turning more from a North American team to an international team every week. And because of all the time differences around the world, I want to thank everybody for making the special effort to be here. We see this as a very important movement, and as such, we have tried to emphasize that through the teachings. And that was a brilliant introduction, Mark. And as usual, it's a tough act to follow, but I will try. So
don't compare yourself to someone that's been teaching for millions or billions of years. We're just trying to approximate what Mr. Kesh is doing. And we are doing it, and you're doing it all over the world. So thank you.
Exactly. And you know, all of us are teachers and all of us are knowledge seekers. And so, you know, really the question becomes is when are we seekers and when are we teachers? And so we're discussing relationships. So if we are set to go, hopefully everyone's fastened their seatbelts. And do I have the green light from you, Mark? Audio, video, A-OK?
A-OK, if I can find my microphone. Thank you.
Okay. Let's get into it. So I know you did the business, but I'm going to have to do this again because this is a presentation of the Kesh Foundation Spaceship Institute in cooperation with the Kesh Foundation Canadian Educational Team. And before we move into today's teaching, what we have to do is do this business. So please bear with me, because this disclaimer talks about the information and educational material contained herein, which is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANS processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical or therapeutic or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided as is and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body, but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to. Thank you very much. This is the Kesh Foundation Spaceship Institute, Plasma Science, Advanced Public Teaching. And today's subject is plasma feeding. My name is Alexander. I'm from Canada. This is January 31st, 2021. And as I say, this is part of the Kesh Foundation Canada Plasma Education Series. We have been running a series in Brazil. And this program was instituted and launched by Brazil. We're just following in their jet stream. Italy has now organized an educational team and is moving ahead. And so we're just trying to keep pace here in Canada. And this is, we've done the basic teaching. It was 9 classes. We've done the intermediate teaching. That was 6 classes. We are now in the process of doing the first of 6 classes of advanced teaching. And so this teaching is for 3 groups of people: new knowledge seekers, veteran knowledge seekers, and teachers. And so all of you can extract the information how you see fit and to use it to your advantage so that you can explain in your own words what you are trying to convey. So this is merely a condensation of over 3,000 hours of plasma teaching that is in the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute archives. And for €100 a year, you can have access to that. And even if you can't afford that, there's ways and means to overcome that as well. So when we compare to, like in Canada, one semester in the university is about $8,000. And so it's such a deal. Today's topic is plasma feeding. And what does that mean? So we're just going to do a little bit of a review because when we look at the basic teachings, we had to learn about terminology. And so beyond the basic terminology of the cups of life and the nanocoding and GANs and things like that, we had to understand natural plasma terminology. So this is really the discussion of transmission, transition, transmutation of plasma energies that starts in its core and works out through a dynamic plasma. And all of this is representation of energy in motion. And anytime energy is in motion, it has a charge. And these energies in motion go through various dimensions. So how do they go through these dimensions, and what is a dimension? So one of the things that we've been emphasizing is ranges. We work within a range. And in order to go from range to range, we call that transcendence. How do we do that? And so one of the things that we had to decide, direction of flow and strength of flow. And we used surface to volume ratios to discuss that. And so some of you may be saying, no, here we go again, surface to volume ratio. I thought we got rid of that in the basic teaching. Well, it's coming back. And so why is that? Because really, all of us got attracted to the Keshe Foundation through the Cups of Life. And, all we want is just our little tiny perfect world to be, shall we say, balanced. And now we're faced with having to understand the creation of the universe. Well, for some of us, that is a daunting task because, our schemes have been too small, and now all of a sudden we have to enlarge our schemes. I'm going to suggest most of us, we finally get a chance to understand how the universe is created. And so very simply, the universe is created because it exists from energy. But this energy is a charge in motion, and it is always in motion. And so when we look at the book of number 1 from Mr. Keshe, the universal order of creation of matters. So there is a systemic order, and there is a way to create matters. But when you say matters, it's a little bit of confusion. And then the other thing is there has to be a relationship. So when you look at the universal order of creation and you look at the matters, you really can't tell what it is because you always have to compare it to something else. And you can't connect to something else until something else exists. So if you have the one and then you have the other, then you can create the connection. And in the plasma science, this connection is represented by the infinity loop. And so we see that energy flows from one point and it flows to another point, and then it flows back to the first point, and there is a connection. And so, how do we get this to move? So, one of the things that we're constantly frustrated with is because we can't see this energy. And why is that a problem? We are working with Wi-Fi, we are working with cell phones, we don't have wires, we have wireless communication, we have magnets with fields that we can see that they cause us to repel or they cause us to attract. We can't see these fields. So why are we having trouble with plasma? And I say we're having trouble with plasma because we always, when we have a problem with the plasma, it is basically because we gravitate to something that we already know. How can you know something new if you keep referring it to something old? So we have new terminology, new rules, new understandings, and we need to welcome that because what it's doing now is it's showing us how the universe works. And so one of the things that we all have is we have ideas and we like to share our ideas. And especially if those ideas are opinions. And so how many times have you heard, well, let me give you a piece of my mind. So if you were to literally give a piece of your mind, I think you would be left with a hole in your head. Well, in plasma science, you can give an idea or you can share knowledge and you cannot suffer, you don't have to suffer the hole in your head. So the idea of giving is not giving at your expense. The idea of giving is because the giving in the universe is a bountiful way of operation and it's natural. And so hence this is natural plasma. What is our problem? Why can't we understand this? We seem to like to go and fight and compete. And so we get this when two forces come together, what is the result? Well, in plasma science, when two forces come together that are similar and have a field strength that is wishing to interact. So what we have are PM ticks which travel through the universe, and as soon as they come through a nearness and proximity close to each other, they begin the rotating dance. And we create an x-axis and a y-axis. And so we know that the vacuum in space is absolutely full of matter. And it's coming from all different directions. And it's in all different strengths. But the one thing that we do know is that the charge is energy in motion. And we have some rules as to which way things are going. So, as you can see, when forces come together, and if we were just to pick two directions, and if we were just to pick two PM ticks, and once they begin this dance, where does the rest of the energy flow? Well, the first thing we've done is we've created a pattern. And so then the second thing we've done then is we created a path. And the third thing now is we create a flow. So not only do we have the original two PM ticks coming together, but all the common brothers and sisters of those PM ticks are following in the jet stream. And as they all come together and they gather strength, and then gather strength into this X and Y axis, and as they build up a rotating field and starts to form a balance, and it creates the Z axis. And the balance is what we're looking for when two forces come together, and it creates a plasma. Well, what is that plasma? So that plasma is an energy, and it can be any kind of energy. So it can be a magnetical energy, a gravitational, it can be an idea, it can be knowledge, it can be a thought, it can be love, it can be courage. All of these are non-visible. All of these are non-tangible. This picture that you're looking at, you can't see. And the energy keeps coming. It keeps coming and keeps building. And we call that feeding, plasma feeding. And so this plasma energy is coming into this construct, which we call a maggraph, which is a balanced position. And then it becomes more than the sum of its parts. And the reason for that is because once it maintains its maggraph condition, it becomes a structure. And as a structure, it has created a pattern, which has formulated a path that the new energy coming in can follow. And now this becomes a participant, not an observer, a participant. Every observer is a participant. You cannot extricate yourself from the universe to be a unbiased participant. There's no such thing as an unbiased participant. There is an unbiased observer. Well, maybe. It all depends on how open-minded you are to the possibilities. You see, because the possibilities in plasma feeding is endless. But we like our range. And within our range, we are operating within the gravitational and magnetical field of the Earth. That range is between the ground and the sky. And we can operate anywhere in there. So we can operate on the ground, in the top of the mountains, in the plains, underwater, and we can go up and down, or we can go from continent to continent, or we can go right around the world. And so this is our range on this planet. And so this is the old science. We're seeing what we can do on this planet, and we're often wondering, what can we do outside of this planet? And if we take the rules that we have within this range and try and apply it to another range, we'll find that in many cases, that is not going to work. That is going to impose limitations. These limitations that are specific to this range. This range is on this planet. However, the way energy is transferred is always the same, you see, because energy is always in motion. Energy is a charge in motion. And so we identify it as a negative or positive charge. And the direction of flow is what we're looking for. And that is based on surface to volume ratios. So when we see ratio, so that involves two things. And so when we compare the ratio, we say the higher the surface to volume ratio, the higher the negative charge. And when you have a higher or a lower negative charge, now you're talking about gradients. And then that implies strength of flow. So the direction of flow, the negative gives and the positive takes. And then is it taking from itself, or is it giving to itself, or is it what we call binding, or is it flowing? And so we say if it's binding, when two forces come together and create a plasmatic condition, that is binding. But when a plasmatic condition is interacting with another plasmatic condition, that is flowing. In both cases, energy is in motion. And so this is the simple way to describe plasma. And basically, in order for us to have an orientation, the easiest thing to do is to go back to surface to volume ratios, and that will tell you an awful lot. Now, I can't draw a surface to volume ratio, so because this is a two-dimensional picture, So if you remember, we drew a perimeter to area ratio. It's the same thing. If I count the perimeter of the box on the left, and I have the box on the left, which is 4 squares, versus the box on the right, which is 1 square. So in other words, each of these squares is the same size, but the box on the left has 4 squares and the box on the right only has 1 square. And if I count the perimeter, I find that I have 8 lines and 4 squares. That's an 8-to-4 ratio. We go to the lowest common denominator, and it's a 2-to-1 ratio. If we do the same thing with the square on the right, we see that we have 4 sides and 1 square. That is a 4-to-1 ratio. So we find that the surface to area ratio on the smaller one is higher. So the higher one is negative. And then we also say the higher it is, the more negative it is. Okay, so that was the basis of the surface to volume ratio. Let's go from there. So in fundamentals, when we're looking at energy parceling units, which is, shall we say, like an energy pack, we have a positive and a negative. And so that would be a PM tick or a energy pack. But when it becomes, when two fields come together, two forces come together to create a field, we also have an orientation of positive and negative. And so when we look at the universal solvent on this planet, which is water, it's combined from hydrogen and oxygen. So it's called H2O, 2 hydrogen, 1 oxygen. The hydrogen is very, very tiny, and so it's negative. The oxygen is very, very large, and so it's positive. Then we say the tiny is magnetical, the large is gravitational, and the combination of the two in balance create a round field. And when it is in balance, we call that a maggraph. So these are the fundamental terminologies that we've been using in the basic understanding. But things happen with respect to water, and it's great that it happens with water because it is very, very easy to shear off one of these electrons. And so one of these electrons can go somewhere, I don't know where, but this electron now is positive, and wherever it's going is negative. And so wherever it's going is going to be determined by its susceptibility. What's left behind is the hydroxyl. 1 hydrogen, 1 oxygen. The ratio is negative now. The whole hydroxyl is negative because it's lost a positive. So now it's negative. And the orientation of this is towards the negative. So we say the negative is giver, the positive is the taker. Okay, well, this is good. This entire hydroxyl is negative, so it is looking for somewhere to go also. Well, this is how energy is in motion, and energy always has a charge, and charges are always in motion. So the thing is about the plasma science, we have different energy levels that we have to take into consideration. And this is really deviating from the conventional science because these 3 energy levels that are described on the cover of book number 1 show matter state and dark matter state and antimatter state. And these are all 3 different energy levels. And they are the fundamental initial particles of energy that is traveling through space. And it is traveling at different directions, different strengths, and different field strengths. And what is the difference with that? Well, these particles are coming from different components. So each of these components have matter, dark matter, and antimatter. Each of these components within themselves have these 3 different energy levels. But when you compare one to the other, the sum of these energy levels would be different. And so the common ones, the ones that have established a relationship, and which in plasma science is called attraction, 2 fields come together, based on their energy level strengths. These strengths create a field, and then that field has a strength. And we look at the periodic table of elements, and each of these elements is a product of these forces coming together. And so we've been very, very lucky that we can put this periodic table of elements in arithmetic sequence. Each one of these elements has a number which is linked to its proton, the number of protons. And so if we look at carbon, we say it has 6 protons, nitrogen has 7 protons, oxygen has 8 protons. So the difference is 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1, all the way through the periodic table, starting with hydrogen and ending up somewhere in the unknown universe, unknown to us on this planet. And so what is the largest number? I don't know. How big is large? It's all relative, isn't it? So on this planet, however, we see that hydrogen is just 1 and oxygen is a big fat 8. And there's a tremendous gradient between these two. 2 other elements that we like to play with, copper and zinc. Copper is 29, zinc is 30. The difference there is 1. So 1 seems to be the gradient on the periodic table of elements. Well, that's pretty cool. And so all what that tells us is that there is an interaction of things. All things are working in combination. So it's nice to dissect the individual, but if we want to understand how things are working, it has to work in combination. How many things in combination? Well, this is what we have to learn how to play with. But when you take anything in combination, there's a plasma interaction. And this plasma interaction is a magnetical and a gravitational force, which is a pushing and a pulling. And when it achieves a balance where the energy goes from one to the other and then comes back again via the infinity loop, and that balance condition is called the Magravity condition. And so this is the whole point of having a relationship. We look at the picture on the book number 1, and we've seen the singularity. We look at the picture on book number 2, the structure of light. So we go from one place to another. That's our duality. When we look at the periodic table of elements, we see that it becomes more complex. So we can see that we're going through a variety of dimensions, and within each is a field reference. And so that is the context. And for simplicity, we call that a range. And so within that range, we establish a relationship. And we operate within that range. So for today's discussion, the question is, what's going on within this range? And so within that range, we have a magnetical gravitational field that is dictated by the Earth between the ground and the sky. And there's a balance on the Earth. And thank God for that, because otherwise we'd be spinning around in our chairs and getting dizzy. But so we have a balance, and we call that a magra. So that's the fundamental relationship. And so that is the basis of the rules. So one of the rules that we discussed is how energy states increase or change. And we can say that the energy states increase by at least an order of magnitude. Well, we really need to change that and say energy states can increase or decrease by at least an order of magnitude. But the point is that the higher energy state feeds the lower energy state. Okay, so this is the thing that we want to talk about right now. The basic plasma rule is with the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. Okay, so the magnetical is the giver. The gravitational is a taker. The combination of these two form a balanced field, and that we call a magram. So now these two, which are interacting, have created a field, the third dimension. And now the question is, giving to where? And taking from where? Or giving to whom? Or taking from what? Okay, and who decides this stuff? Well, when we look at our tiny perfect universe, and there it is, that little red dot, and we say, well, wait a second. All I wanted was to understand the creation of matter, and now I have to take into account the rest of the universe. And I started with one, and now I'm looking at three. But on one of those three, which is the smallest one, what we call the man's universe, we're only on this tiny little red dot, and we're not the dot. The Earth is the dot. We're in the dot. So, you know, this is where we have to change our point of view. So the range on this planet is within the gravitational, which is on the ground, and the magnetical, which is in the sky. Okay, so that's the planet. But our range is within our body. And so within our range, we have found in the basic and the intermediate teaching that we have a gravitational point, which is our soul. And we found that we have a plasma soul and a dynamic plasma soul. And then we found that we have two intermediate states, nanostate and GAN state, both of which are physical, and both of which respond to our emotional relationships. And that's how we transmit energy on this planet. But we have a small m matter state, which is our physical body, and we have the environment, which is our Earth. And so this kind of looks like Noah's Ark, 2 by 2 by 2, doesn't it? And we can go from one lower state, which is the environment, to a higher state, which is our dynamic soul. And then what happens after that? Well, we're going to discuss that in classes down the road. Today, what we want to look at is what is the difference between what we constitute as the visible reality and the non-visible reality. And if it's not visible, is it reality? Well, let's get to the core component. And so here we have the fundamental gravitational component, the neutron. And it, looks kind of like the cover of book number 1. And the neutron is the combination of the matter, antimatter, and dark matter, and the plasmatic energy that comes from. And so this is a construct. It's called a maggrav because we have a balance of magnetical gravitational force fields for the neutron, and energy is coming and going all the time because energy is in motion. And so if we want to contain this energy within this neutron, it has to keep going, but stay within the package. And so therefore we have rotation. And so this energy is rotating. And is it rotating only on 2 dimensions? No, it's rotating on 3 dimensions. And so when we look at now book number 3, which is the origin of the universe, and so wait a second. Okay, so if I have the neutron and it breaks up into 2 other components, and the question is, will the neutron disappear like it is on the cover of book number 3, or will the neutron remain? Well, the thing is, if we really look closely at book number 3, the physicality, if you will, is gone, but the plasma field remains. So it's still there. And we've created a sister universe and our man's universe. And within man's universe is our little tiny perfect world. And that little red splotch that's in the bottom right-hand corner. And so 1 begets 2. Okay, so we are adding by division. Okay, so let's look at a model of nuclear decay. So nuclear decay is when a neutron decays into a proton and electron. So the proton is smaller than the neutron. So the relationship between the proton and the neutron is the proton is negative. But the electron is even smaller. In fact, it's 1,849 times smaller, 1.8 orders of magnitude. Okay, so the electron is negative, the proton is positive. Okay, we found that there's a difference. When we did the neutron math, it didn't add up on the periodic table of elements. We released PM ticks. Oh, the initial fundamental particles that we've been talking about. Yes. So that is released from here. So if we add the mass of the electron and the mass of the proton, and when I'm referring to mass, I'm talking about the entire total plasmatic mass, and the mass of the PM ticks, that will equal the mass of the neutron. Okay, good. I hope everybody's following that, because we're going to talk about surface to volume ratios. And so I described the two basic relationships, one box which is 4 times bigger than the other box. So the box with the 4-to-1 relationship ratio, we're going to divide that by 4. And so we're going to take the bigger box and we're going to multiply that by 4. And if we do the math and we calculate the perimeter area ratio, and what I'm after is the ratio. So let's look at the big box, and let's say call that number 1, and the smaller box, we'll call that number 4. And so let's look in box number 2 as a 2-to-1 ratio. And box number 3 has a 4-to-1 ratio. And box number 4, the one on the right, has an 8-to-1 ratio. And we go all the way back to the left, and that big box, 16 panels in an area of 16 boxes, a 1-to-1 ratio. So we see that the perimeter to area ratio has changed from 1 on the big one to 8 on the small one. And so there is a trend, and the trend is to the higher ratio, and that trend indicates a negative charge. Well, this is good. Otherwise, I'd get really confused, not knowing which way I'm going. But there is a gradient, and we call that a gradient feeding. So let's look at the difference between these ratios. So the 1-to-1 to the 2-to-1, the difference is 1. But the difference between 2-to-1 and 4-to-1 is 2. But the difference between 4-to-1 and 8-to-1 is 4. So it looks like there's a doubling here. So if I double the 1, I get 2, and if I double the 2, I get 4. Where have I seen this before? Oh yeah, the piano. When we look at an octave, the frequency doubles. If I look at the range from C, and that's the note the arrow is pointing to, and then I go up 1 octave to the other arrow, that range from arrow to arrow is 1 octave, and it doubles the frequency. Okay, so that's how we're getting the doubling. Okay, so doesn't that kind of is a good reference. And so as we play on the piano, we do the same thing in the science, and we call this gradient feeding. So the higher the gradient, the higher the energy. This is what we're saying. The higher the negative charge, the higher the ratio, the higher the negative charge. The higher the ratio, the higher the negative charge. So that indicates your gradient feeding. So the feeding from the box on the left to box number 2 is only 1. But if we go to box number 3, well, the feeding is double. But if we go to box number 4 on the right, well, it's 4 times. So the gradient is 4 times. And this is what we call feeding. Okay, well, negative is magnetical. So that is magnetical feeding. Well, guess what? Positive is gravitational. And that's the gravitational feeding. one of the early teachings that we had was building MagRav units for energy. And one of our concerns was that the energy that we were drawing was 1. And the energy that we were sending back to the power station was 5. The plasma energy is working off of the surface to volume ratio. The magnetical feeding is 1, and the gravitational feeding was 5. How does this work? In the plasma, it doesn't double from one energy to the next energy. It goes by order of magnitude. So it's 110 times 210. And then the third one is another 10. So it's 10 times 10 times 10. Higher order of magnitude. Well, if it goes in the other direction, it's 10 times 10 times 10 in a lower order of magnitude. So which is higher, which is lower? Well, just a moment. The one on the right is magnetical, and it is the smallest. It is the weakest. So that is the magnetical feeding, and that is negative. So therefore, the gravitational is stronger. And the gravitational feeding is positive. And this is how the energy transfer can go both ways. And we can do this within the range on this planet. And in fact, now we know that we can have 4 different energy states within the same range. So the Earth's range, gravitational on the ground, magnetical in the sky. And when we look at this star formation, which was created through physical rotating spheres, which are in matter state, they were filled with GANs, which is in physical state. As they rotated, they created a field that was plasma state, and the combination of the 4 in the star formation created a dynamic plasma state. And it introduced another field, as you see in the center. And this field that you see in the center, well, actually you can't see it because it's non-visible, non-tangible. So we have visible, tangible, in the same range as non-visible, non-tangible, in the same range as 4 different energy states. And there is a transfer energy between each state that we can't even see either. And so when we talk about skills to learn, this is what we need to understand. So, you know, we understand 1 octave on the piano, but does that mean that we can play the music? Well, this is the plasma music. And as you can see, it's well organized. And it follows the rules of attraction and repulsion. And when 2 fields come together, and if they're rotating in the same direction, they create this friction, and this friction is rays. So this is the creation of rays. And as they go into outer space, they become plasma rays, and they cross over. They go on their own different paths. But when 2 rays come together that are similar, then they will combine. But then there's other rays and energies that are flowing, and they come out of the y-axis. We call that the transition energy. And then there's the rotation, which we call the transmission energy. And then there's the absorption and the emission, which is the coming of energy in and the energy going out, and the flow of energy within that MagRav condition, which we call the transmutation energy, And then when these two fields come together, then we can decide how they manifest. And they can manifest on a lower level or they can manifest on a higher level. And do we know that that is possible? If we look at the Tesla 129 experiment, and we've seen that the neutron levels were changing. And so there we were in magnetical creation. And so when we looked at the dial and we seen the X and the Y axis did not change. Well, how can it not change when energy is always coming and going? So either it's increasing or it's decreasing. Well, it's not. It's because it's in a Magravs condition of balance between the magnetical gravitational field. So the energy comes in, goes around, and goes out. And we have to obviously let the energy go out before the energy comes in. However, we hit a critical point where we have energy is building up and it's transferring energy state. And we bounced from what we had there at 92 Tesla, and we jumped up to 129 Tesla, and it jumped up so fast that if you weren't paying attention or you just happened to blink, you'd have missed it. And so we didn't have an explosion. We didn't have mass destruction. We didn't have tsunamis. We didn't have an ice age. What we had was an increase in the magnetical field strength of 192 Tesla, or 129 Tesla, I'm sorry, and that would have been basically, I guess, 129 times the field strength of the planet within the range of this planet. Okay, so there are plasma rules. Yeah, the energy states change by an order of magnitude. The higher feeds the lower. Okay, well, this is good. And then when we add energies together, they actually, that is creation. But when the neutron breaks down, we call that decay. So these energy changes can manifest either through natural creation or natural decay. But if they stay at the same level, and so energy can be transferred, but if it's non-consuming, then we become like a catalyst. And so we are all catalytic plasma generators within the range of this planet. But as we found with the surface to volume ratios, that the transfer rates are higher in a higher plasma state than they are in the small antimatter state. The rate of transfer of energy between states is higher in a plasma state than a small antimatter state. How much higher is it? Well, it's by many orders of magnitude. And so what are the rules? Well, plasma has a duality, and that is it absorbs fields. And how many fields does it absorb? And how much energy does it absorb? Well, plasma is also a barrier of fields. So if it's a barrier, it determines how much it absorbs. Okay, but does it still exchange energy? Well, yeah, you betcha. And what does it exchange its energy in? Well, you see, the plasma is bound to the ethos of the universe. And this is one of the reasons that we're stuck on this little tiny planet. And so when we look at the principal matter, which is the creation of rays, which are energy packs, they come together, two fields come together and interact, and they create a basis of antimatter, dark matter, and matter, which is seeking a magnetical gravitational balance we call a Magravs. None of these energies can we see, you see, because this is all based on magnetical attraction and repulsion, the same forces between two magnets when we put them together and we can't see. These are the magnetical forces. And so we create a field, and when we have one to offset the balance, we have the other. One is magnetical, one is gravitational. And there's magneticals giving, the gravitational is taking, and that forms a field which we call a Magravs. And this is how energy is always in motion. But the question is, what are we giving to and where are we taking from? Okay, so this whole business is what we have to decide when we're looking at relationships. How much do we take into account? So most of us are just looking at the little tiny cups of life and, oh yes, here's my little tiny perfect world. And this is breakthrough science. Most of us, when we see this for the first time, we look at the wires and we wonder how it's hooked up. But we do notice that the cups look kind of the same, except that the Gans in the bottom on the left is of a lighter color than the one on the right, which is more of a green color. Okay. So let's look inside one cup. And we have a zinc plate on the left, a copper coil on the right, and a nanocoated copper coil in the center. And so we understand that there's a relationship. And because we have two energy states that are different by an order of magnitude, it creates a plasmatic energy gradient and a flow of energy. But that creates a condition. And in that condition, we have created some GANs, which is of a higher energy state. And that higher energy state consists of a zinc GANs and a copper GANs, which we've seen on the periodic table of elements, have a nearness and proximity to each other, which mimics carbon. And we are carbon beings, which means we are organic. So organic means carbon-based. Inorganic means silicon-based. So our Earth is inorganic, we are organic. And our organic range is within the inorganic range of this planet. Okay. And as such, we have brought in amino acids. And when we bring in amino acids from within this range, we also bring in water from within this range. So as you can see, there's a whole lot going in these cups, but because the one on the left is the zinc and the one on the right is the copper, and the higher strength is the zinc. So the emotional is attached to the zinc and the physical is attached to the copper. And so the same thing now happens. There's a relationship between the gravitational and the magnetical between the two cups, and that creates a balance condition and a field which we call a maggraph, and it creates a plasmatic condition. And when we have a magnetical field created of the maggrav, then we develop a gravitational field in the center. And then once we have the balance there and we progress to the next level, then we have the soul orientation. So when we look at the cup of soul being added to the emotional cup and the physical cup, the three, each of them individually have a magnetical gravitational relationship, and each of them draws a soul. The combination of the three, which creates like a star formation, has a magnetical gravitational relationship, and it creates a soul. So just like the star formation that we've seen before, within these cups, we have a physicality of the cups. We have nanocoating, which is physical. We have GANs, which is physical. We have a plasma condition, which is a soul within the cups. And then we have a dynamic plasma condition, which is the soul of the combination of the three cups. And then we introduced the stacker units. And so we introduced two more cups. And this we will discuss now in detail in the advanced teachings down the road. But today we're talking about plasma feeding. And so when we look at the feeding, the higher feeds the lower. Okay, so the top one feeds the second one, and then the top one feeds the third, and then the top one feeds the fourth, and the top one feeds the fifth. Well, if the basic plasma rule says the higher feeds the weaker, what's going on here? If cup number 1 feeds the bottom cup number 5, then why would it feed cup number 2, number 3, and number 4? Technically speaking, based on that rule, cup number 2, number 3, and number 4 should not exist because cup number 1 is feeding to cup number 5, you see. The higher feeds the weaker. Well, thank God that's not happening because otherwise this picture would be not working. So what we have in each cup, in each level, we have a maggrav condition. And so that maggrav condition creates a substructure. And that manifests itself into a physicality. And so cup number 2, cup number 3, and cup number 4 will exist. Furthermore, they will interact. Furthermore, cup number 2 will feed cup number 3, 4, and 5. Well, cup number 3 will feed 4 and 5. Well, cup number 4 will feed number 5. And so all of these megagraphs will function the same way, where the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. So that's within this range. However, there is energy flowing in the universe that we can't see. And thank God for that, because there will be absorption of energy and emission of energy. So not only are these cups emitting energy to each other on a basis of higher to lower, but they're emitting energy to something. So magnetical is the giver. Where is it giving? Based on susceptibility. One susceptibility is the next cup lower. Another susceptibility is a cup further lower, higher gradient. Another susceptibility could be another person in the room. Where's the energy coming from? Where are we taking the energy from? Well, how much do we want to take into account? So each cup is taking energy from the higher. Okay, well, that's good. And as we go up the chain, we get to the top cup. Well, there isn't any higher. Where's the number 1 getting the energy from? Okay, so energy is coming from somewhere. And that is the source. You have to have 2 to have a link. So the top cup is all you see. What we don't see is the source. And what we don't see is the link. The same link that we don't see, that is represented by these yellow arrows. Those are fields, and that's the feeding. And so this is the structure of our spine. And from our spine, we feed our extremities. Based on surface to volume ratio, our hands and feet are negative with respect to our spine. And so the plasma feeding comes from within and goes to out. And our outer skin is the physical manifestation of all of this plasma activity. So therefore, within our skin bag is our plasma condition. And so you can see that there's a whole lot of feeding that is going on. Well, that's okay if the energy is only coming from the spine. And so does that mean that the limit of the energy coming out ends at the tips of our fingers? No. Because the plasma does not see the physicality. The plasma transmits through the boundary of the physicality, because it is of an energy transfer rate of a higher order of magnitude. Once you jump of a higher order of magnitude, you are changing energy fields. And at that point in time, you're operating under plasma rules. And so then we have a soul of the body, and we have a soul of the man. And so the one soul feeds the other soul and back again. And we have a plasmatic feeding within the body. And then we have a dynamic feeding around the body. And as the lady said, let me give you a piece of my mind. Well, whatever that means. But what we're doing in this class is we're sharing knowledge. And trust me, uh, I'm not depleting of my plasma energy in doing this, because what I'm doing is I'm drawing on the same energy, which is bountiful in the universe. And so when we look at the sun, that is one of the sources of our energy. When we look at the earth, that is another source of our energy. And there's a relationship between the sun and the earth, kind of like the relationship between the proton and the electron. And so when we looked at our point of view, we find that we had two souls. One was the soul of man, and one was the soul of our body. And then we had two emotions. And so one is the emotion of our mind, and one is the emotion of the gans within our body. And then we have the physicality, which is the brain in our head or our body. And so our soul is trying to orient itself and position itself somewhere in this matrix. And when we've been dealing with conventional science, it's hard to navigate because we didn't understand the rules. And one of the worst rules that we didn't understand is the ethos of the universe, because we seem to be able to get away with the ethos of the universe on this planet because we have invoked two very specific limitations. One was the speed of light, and two was the periodic table of elements. What we need to take into consideration is the ethics of the universe, which involves morality, compassion, and courage. These are plasma field strengths that you cannot see, you cannot measure, and you cannot charge for. And this is the basis of the creation. And so when we say there's a binding of energy, yes, because as we start to deplete the fields, we start to demand more and more and more energy. And if we are continually binding, then we're having to sap the energy from others. And so we are self-serving at the expense of others. And we're creating a really, really dark situation. And this is the kind of energy that we're creating. And so we think that lying, cheating, and stealing is working. And then double crossing, where you are insincere. I'm your friend until it suits me. And then you are expendable because we're serving each other for money, for the sake of money, which is a man-made thing. And this is where our sickness on this planet comes from: the lying, cheating, stealing, and the eternal wars that we have been fighting through history. And any history student will see that we have probably never had peace on this planet in totality. And so this is a self-fulfilling prophecy, and it's a sickness. We have to stop. We have to stop. Turn our backs on the, at the gates of hell and look forward, because what we are doing is, instead of binding, we need to get the energy flowing. And how we get the energy flowing, which is kind of the number one question that the knowledge seekers are asking, how do we do this? Well, it's all about the feeding, the plasma feeding. Feed the energy. Ask yourself, what are you doing? Are you feeding or are you taking? And when we start feeding at the enhancement of others and understand that there's a sickness in our community, anybody who is sick within our community makes the whole community sick. And when the community is sick, the planet is sick. And this is what we have to open our mind to understand, that our little tiny perfect world within the range on this planet is not what it's all about. So new knowledge seekers come say, oh, I don't have the time. I have too much on my plate. I don't know about this plasma science. What is plasma science? Just down, look, it's a kind of energy state. This is what plasma is. It's a kind of energy state. And we're always looking for satisfaction. So in our music, we're looking for emotional satisfaction. In our sports, we're looking for physical satisfaction. And we're trying to decide, is this an earthbound or a spacebound satisfaction? So through the universal body enhancement units, which is the plasma bound science, we are now offering plasma satisfaction through the restoration of emotional and physical vitality. And this is the new science that is coming. And so you can see that this is coming from within. It comes from within our souls, which is the gravitational strength of the maggrav field, and it is magnetically emanating to the rest of the universe. As we hook up and get the energy flowing to the rest of the universe will plasma feed us as much as we want, whenever we need it, and no more. Because we don't need it. You can have whatever you need. And isn't that wonderful? And so this is the difference when we're looking at the confusion when we talk about matter plasma. Small m matter plasma is physical. You can touch it, you can see it. Capital M matter plasma, can't touch it, can't see it, but you can sense it. So this is the reality. In terms of reality, we have to understand that reality has to manifest. What is the manifestation of reality? Two fields come together to form another. The formation of any field is a manifestation. Plasma feeding leads to manifestation. This manifestation may be non-tangible or tangible, non-visible or visible, plasmatic or physical. Therefore, there is a plasmatic reality and a physical reality. And so the manifestation is actually a form artifact, and it can be in plasmatic reality or it can be in physical reality. But it always has to be in plasmatic reality. It doesn't have to be in physical reality. We can transcend our energy states in plasmatic reality and choose to manifest into physical reality at the appropriate time. And we have this capability, but we have to understand the ethos of the universe. And to understand the ethos of the universe, we have to understand our soul position. And so that is a singularity, isn't it? So what is our soul position as compared to what? So our plasma reality is compared to our source. So when we have a source, then we can have a link. So the source is the link to our soul. And our soul is linked to the physical reality. And so we take from the non-tangible to the tangible. And this is where the new enhancement units, which we have on material enhancement and body enhancement, this is all part of the plasma science. And we are all knowledge seekers, students, and teachers in the plasma science. And our goal is to deliver this in exchange for peace on this earth, which makes us the messengers of peace and friendship. One more thing, the Kesh Foundation is a scientific organization. It's the Kesh Foundation Spaceship Institute. And this is the message that we're bringing to the rest of humanity. And thank you very much for listening to this. Appreciate it, and we're open to questions. Back to you.
Okay, anyone have any questions for Alex? Let me put the background back.
I always have a question, but I will keep silent now until finish. If someone have a question.
Okay, so Alex, if all the other elements are a strength of hydrogen, for example, nitrogen would be 14. That means it's 14 times the strength of hydrogen. Does that mean hydrogen is always gravitational to every other element? Unless you changed its alkalinity or acidity?
Actually, hydrogen is magnetical. Hydrogen is always in motion. Hydrogen has a duality. It is either a PM tick or it is part of the MAGRAV structure. And in a MAGRAV structure, it is either additive or decaying. And that's the uniqueness of that particular element, because it doesn't have a neutron. Neutron is
Gee,
gravitation.
I thought I had it there for a minute.
I know. I just, I'm trying to figure out how to explain it without, but it's a concept that many of us have it upside down. And the reason for it is because we're trying to relate it to our environment, which is the earth. So we say, well, the bottom of the earth is gravitational, so the sky is magnetical. So therefore, that's our relationship. But you have to look at that we are our own MAGRAV, we are our own range. And so the only way that we can operate on this planet is if we have, and how we stay on this planet is if the ground is gravitational and then our extremity is magnetical. So the magnetical and gravitational has an attraction. That's why we're attracted to the ground and not the ceiling. And we can climb mountains and we can go underwater. So we always have a top and a bottom, an up and down. But in outer space, you don't have an up and down. What you have is a magnetical gravitational relationship. And so the upness and downness doesn't come into the discussion. Just a magnetical gravitational relationship. And then that gives you your direction of flow. And that the gradient, the field strength, and the direction of flow indicates if you're either repelling or attracting. And these are all the magnetical components.
So if we have a higher energy feeding a lower energy, that's considered a MAGRAV condition, even if they're not balanced yet?
Well, isn't that a great question? Yes. So each energy level is a MAGRAV condition. And the transition, what we call the gap, the nano gap, is also a MAGRAV level. However, you have to jump from energy level to energy level. And one of those jumps is an intermediary called a transition, the energy transfer level. So the plasma absorbs fields, but the plasma has a barrier of fields. So that barrier identifies the MAGRAV condition. So we have an energy state that has a magnetical gravitational barrier. We have another that is the same, although it's at a different level, either higher or lower. And then in between, we have a transfer level, which also has a barrier of magnetical gravitational. So at some point in time, based on surface to volume ratios, there will be a jump. And this is where the neutron will break out. And it'll either be additive or decaying. And so if it's additive, it'll jump up an energy level. If it's decaying, it'll drop down an energy level. Manifestation is always the dropping down of an energy level. So think of it as stairs. You step a full stair, a full stair. If you have a slope and you don't have stairs, you may slide all the way down. And that is another plasmatic condition for another subject, another day. But with respect to field jumping, it's done in increments by order of magnitude.
Alex.
Hi, Jalal.
Hi. Hello, everyone. Good day. Good evening. Alex, last teaching, Mr. Cash brought up the intro of Circle of Creation. And what I noticed in that, he said some of energies and some of fields. That means we have two equations here, two parts.
Right.
Two parts of plasma.
Right.
So, regarding Mark question, if I say love is a field, okay? When I put the hydrogen to this love, and we know the scale of the hydrogen is 14. So when I put 14 engine in that love, you see, love, everyone's seeking for love. But if I put 14 engine to that love,
Wow.
how many engines I shut down and how many engines it's running, it's give this love alkalinity or salinity.
I don't know, Jalal, how many?
I hope it's understandable, because we speak about love and love is everywhere in the universe, but sometimes I love to kill, I love to take, I love to possess, I love to slave. You see, here comes the skill of the hydrogen in that. We call it hydrogen. But a question for you, please. When you're gonna flip this drawing only when you put another uh, another picture, and this picture in today teaching, it's not there, and this is very important. It's the environment. You cannot teach about one plasma in practically, because this do not exist. This is only in paper, and this is only to understand. But then when you understand, you must put the whole picture, because the environment have a lot of say in the teaching, and then it will flip all your minuses and pluses in the picture.
100%. I totally agree. And
Thank
that is an important point that Jalal brought up. So what he's referring to is the 5-cup stacker, and you compare that to the 3 cups that we've been talking about, the soul, the emotion, and the physicality. And so how do we go from that to the other? Well, stand by. That discussion is coming in the next couple of weeks, and it's coming faster than a freight train. We just have to make sure that we have a good foundation with respect to our knowledge, with respect to the terminology and our orientation. All of us need to have some kind of um, sailors would always look at a lighthouse to understand have some kind of indication when they're close to land, because in the fog they can't see. So the lighthouse beams through the fog. So we have to have certain lighthouses. And so what we're trying to do with this basic and advanced teachings here is to give you kind of lighthouses along the way so that we can all navigate. And now what we're trying to do is seriously shorten the gap between the new knowledge seeker and how many knowledge classes are we up to? 350 something, Mark? How do we shorten that?
65. 365 just completed.
Okay, 8 years. 8 years of teaching. How do we condense that into 21 classes?
Take peace of my mind.
Yes, sir.
Well, if you sign up as a private student, you'll have access to the 2015 archives. And if you understand that series of archives in 2015, you will understand a lot of the totality, Mr. Kesh said.
Alex, there is one thing more. Did
Yes.
anyone in the past 3-4 days saw anything about Einstein and his published paper from his daughter?
I didn't. Who was the person and that published?
Einstein.
Einstein.
Yes, I study, and the daughter said that he recognized that gravitation is love. It's about this subject.
Yes.
Yes.
I wrote it in Arabic, so that his daughter published a paper which her father gave to her, and he said, "Do not publish it now until the people is really aware and can handle this information." And this information, he know it before the E equal mc square. And he said, in this paper, I don't know if it's true or not, but you know what is the beauty in that? It's not the meaning who wrote it, the meaning, what is the outcome of it. And as Mr. Kass said, the awareness and the love and peace is already there, and it's established itself, and you will see the truth is coming up from all over the places. So it was really astonished when I wrote it. He speaks about a power more have more strength than what anything he knows, but he couldn't put it as a scientific paper because the community and the people, the mind he meant, cannot understand it. So he stuck with his theory, and he gave this paper to his daughter and said, "You do not put it out until it's the time right." And he said he told her that you need to put it out 20 or 30 years from now. So I hope that Mr. Cash heard about that, or he read that, something like this.
Well, we all know that the time is right, and it's right now. It's a wonderful time to be. It's a wonderful time to be alive, but it's also indicative of the purpose for us to be here at this time. Yeah, thanks for bringing that up, Jalal. That's an excellent point. Very nice.
You're welcome.
Mr. Alex, good evening, everybody, and Mr. Alex and Mr. Kesh and everybody present. I have a question related to the jump. If is in balance and in Magraph, why do we have this jump? And even transitional position, this gap is also in balance, is a Magraph. How is rational, the logic of doing this. Can you explain to me, because I can't understand. Thank you.
It's a beautiful question, because when you look at Wikipedia and how they describe surface to volume ratios, it totally explains this question to you. I did not describe surface to volume ratios this way because I described it from a physics standpoint, and for some reason that has been taken down off of Wikipedia. So the major purpose of understanding surface to volume ratios is to understand the direction of flow and the strength of the flow. What they're talking about in surface to volume ratios in Wikipedia is the strength of the barrier, the strength of the boundary. And the bigger the Magravh condition, or shall we say, the bigger the bigger the field, the thinner the magnetical barrier, until it gets to the point where the energy inside can no longer be contained. And this creates this spring. You know, when you push two magnets together, you find what the boundary is, and then you can position them that are in equilibrium, and then you leave the two magnets and they won't move. But if you were to push them beyond that equilibrium point, so you're imparting your physical energy into those magnets to overcome that barrier of that field, and then you suddenly release that, it's like a jack in the box. It'll just pop. And the popping will go beyond that line, which would have been the equilibrium point. In fact, it'll just go beyond that line and jump to another level. But at that point, once it goes beyond there, it will stop. And the reason for that is because the attraction will take over from the magnetical. So that position there would be different because you have imparted extra energy into it. That position is different from what would have been a natural equilibrium point if these two would have come together without your interference. So as the energy field is growing, the barrier based on surface to volume ratio weakens, and comes to a point where the balance between the tension of the surface to volume ratio and the energy field within bursts. And this we call creation. And that creation then, with the cover of book number 3, which is the origin of the universe, which you see where the neutron breaks out into the sister universe and the man's universe. But it doesn't just one break out into two of the same. This diagram of 2 points building up dimensions and all being of the same field is artificial. You can't have 2 fields of the same strength. And this is where the periodic table breaks down, because what they've done is they've assigned the numerical value of each element of the periodic table an integer. But the neutron mass is variable. And so what they've given is an artificial mass to the neutron. But the neutron mass is variable. This has been one of the boundaries of the advancement in technologies. So it is this variableness which allows us to transfer from here to there. Okay, because the only reason to go from here to there, or the only way to go from here to there, is by flipping the poles. So instead of you have a magnetical gravitational attraction, which keeps you oriented or keeps you attracted to the one area, if you want to go to the other area, you have to flip the pole. So magnetical repelling magnetical. And then on the other side, gravitational attracting gravitational. How much do you attract? How much do you repel? is the difference between the magnetical field strength of the relation between the two. So the repelling difference is the relation between the two where you are here, and the attraction is the difference of the gravitational fields of the two on the other end. Now, those two products create a gradient. And when that gradient is strong enough and it builds up from a plasmatic condition to a dynamic plasmatic condition, then you move and you'll pop over. And this all has to do with the containment of the plasma field based on surface to volume ratio of 1 and the plasma as surface to volume ratio of the field number 2. And then these are some of the skills to learn. And this is all knowledge that is either classified or confidential or whatever, which I don't have access to because I'm just an ordinary guy just like you and me. Thank you for your question. It's an excellent question.
Thank you. I'm not sure I understood very well, but anyway, I understand better when you make, you draw.
Okay,
but yeah.
Salomia, blow up a balloon and find out when it'll pop.
Yeah.
Or take a bag and blow it up and then hold the end and hit it hard and it'll pop. Okay, so, but a balloon is better because you can see that the surface of the balloon will get thinner and thinner the bigger the balloon, right? Yeah. And then at some point that is going to pop. So that is all based on surface to volume ratio. So the popping is actually the release of the energy, and then it acts like a spring and it springs forward, and that's how you transfer. So you're building up the energy, so you have a transfer level of energy that is enough to make the leap. You have to have enough energy. If you don't have enough energy, you're just not going to go anywhere. So you have to have enough. So you build that energy up. Then once you hit that critical point, boom, pop, you're off to the next one. And it's done instantaneously, and it's a wonderful thing.
Yeah, thank you. Now it's clear.
Can I come in? Good evening.
Hello, Kesh. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. You're correct in mass to volume ratio in respect to matter state, but we work in a plasma state in the interaction of the fields, and this does not hold. It does not hold because the volume to surface ratio, volume to mass ratio does not apply at all when you come to plasmas. If you take what I call the black hole, it is not applicable because the mass, or what we call the gravitational pull, is beyond the mass to ratio. It's very tight, but energy-wise is massive inside. This mass to what we call volume to surface ratio or mass to volume ratio is only applicable as the data we have in a matter state, not in a plasma state. And even if we look at one of the 2020's 2018 papers, which is published by scientists in respect to the field strength and what we call the cycle and the heartbeat of the sun, all the calculations are wrong because they only consider plasma in a static condition, where one of the reasons for it is every plasma has a heartbeat. So the surface and the volume never stays the same. The transition or non-transition. And secondly, the surface to volume ratio, it depends on the strength of the environmental magnetic field. you have to consider environmental magnetic field strength in respect to the mass ratio, where in a matter state, limitation is a matter. It cannot grow any longer before the surface tension releases, as you said, with the balloon. And this is something which is part of the innovation and development of plasma technology. A lot of papers as to it. And what I heard, I haven't seen the paper regarding the Einstein, when you talk, it says love is gravity, is exactly opposite to what we say. Love is magnetical, love is giving, is not taking. As usual, if I read the paper, if I see it, and if you tell me it's what he said, shows again an illiterate writing about something he doesn't understand. Gravity cannot be a love. Which lover always takes? Lover always give. And there is no sense into it if it is what the paper says. But as usual, I don't read papers, these things. And if there is such a paper, and from what we understand and what we see in the natural process of living, love cannot be gravity. There's nothing far away from it. And in essence, when you talk about plasma nowadays, you have to consider the heartbeat, or what we call not the frequency, the heartbeat, and the what we call the interaction. There's a big difference between a heartbeat and a frequency. Frequency is in fourth matter state. Heartbeat is a plasma state. Limitation of interaction of two fields give you the heartbeat. But in a matter state, it gives you a frequency where it shows the penetration, where a heartbeat is a balance of fields. Two different things, two different understanding and concept. As I said in the Thursday teaching, a lot of papers, a lot of new technologies will come out with an understanding of new science. And in the coming weeks, we show more of these. Because it's not theoretical, we have systems. I've developed systems over 30, 40 years to show this. If you understood what was explained in the teaching on Thursday, and going back in all the teachings over years, is how, if you consider cup number 5, the gravitational magnetic field of the Earth, and we can achieve it because we know it, we understand it, then there's one fact on the table. We all, with the knowledge we have, understanding that we can tune within the magnetic field of the planet, we can travel within the center of this planet within seconds. There's a very big difference between the heartbeat and the frequency. And what we see, the frequency is what we say, the polarity of the Earth changes so many thousand millions of years, or polarity of the sun changes the same. That has a frequency, but it's not the heartbeat of it. And the world of science has to become aware of it. And as knowledge seekers, you got to understand this. Then we see a different angle into the whole knowledge of surface and volume ratio, because as it changes, and it can increase the volume to surface according to the environmental pressures, not not of the matter state. You can blow a balloon to a limit, and then when the limit of the structure reaches its strength, surface strength tension, it blows up. It's inside it, it's got to do with itself. But a plasma grows to cover the field, the environment which is existing. So it has never surface to ratio. This is what I always say. Knowledge seekers have to understand. You think in a plasmatic way, or you think in a matter state. Or when you speak about the plasma and you're trying to relate it to matter state, understand what you're doing and how you can link it, what is the difference, what is the differential, and how you expand this. As I always said, the teaching is not going to be only on Thursdays. If knowledge seekers understand these things and put it out, then you understand different ways, different horizon in the knowledge and science. We don't tune to your soul, we tune to heartbeat of your soul. We tune to the soul of the iron and the copper, but in fact we tune to the heartbeat of it. That creates that soul, that expands that soul. It controls that soul. It controls the interaction between the magnetic and gravitational. And in so many ways, when we say we feed the soul, it means we expand, we allow the magnetical field forces to be stronger than gravitational. And in that process, the heartbeat does not change. You give and you reduce, you take and you adjust. This especially for the present knowledge is very important to understand. Then you look at the science totally more or less upside down to what it is now, but you find answer and solution in the creation of the universe. The heartbeat of our sun is controlled by a central line, what we call principal matter line of the universe, not by anything else as such, because its speed of motion is created and controlled by its galaxies, field forces, which is self-controlled by central gravity, and then by the central universe gravity line. There is no end to understanding it, but once you understand it, you have to comprehend the difference. And to be very clear, are you in the transition point, are you in the plasma point, or are you in what we call matter state? And we cannot explain the plasma in the matter state the way it's done today. And it's been explained by Alex. That is correct if we sit within the matter state. But in the plasma state, we have to consider the environmental field forces which control, not the material surface tension or the capability to hold down to integrity of the matter state. And these are little things which knowledge seekers have to stay very clear with. Even in the matter state, you have to understand, are we talking about the matter in the plasma state or matter in the matter state strength? Because you have a matter in matter state, which is iron, copper, and everything else. And when we put the same iron in a plasma state with nano-coated, we see different results. A mixture of matter and a plasma and the fields. Gradually, we have to build up to understand this. And teachings like this is nice because you can explain. Then you can extend and expand the knowledge. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kesh. It's okay, it's lovely.
Mr. Cash, this is Ed. You said that the heartbeat is the interaction of two fields. Can you explain that a little more? I don't quite understand it. I mean, I don't think I'm going to understand it, but I'd like you to maybe expand on that some.
I think you understand it very easily. You see, there is a balance point between the gravitational and magnetic at a given strength. And when you get to that point, one takes over than the other. Where the gravitational balance is reached in transfer of energy, you expand it. You go towards expansion. When magnetical balance is reached, you go towards gravitational become contraction. So this creates what we call a heartbeat. You understand how many times this transfer of energy can be there. And with it, for example, we know, let's say the man has so many heartbeats, and that's the average, the heart is going to expand. And you're going to live. There is a formula that we can understand how much a man lives by average heartbeat. And this is now we can translate in understanding of the expansion and the switch from gravity to magnetical. If you look at the heart, it twists and goes back again. It twists, contracts, and goes back. The contraction comes when the gravitational fields are there, and expansion comes when the magnetical gravitational balance is reached on the maximum magnetical level, where the gravitational field comes. And this is what has to be understood in a very clear way. The difference in balance point, because magnetical has a balance point in respect to gravitational field forces, as long as the gravitation, as much as the gravitational has in respect to the magnetical. It's very easy to understand. In the teachings before, I explained if we have a magnet, we have fields which go out the exit pole, what you call the north pole. But in the same environment, you have fields which are coming in the space gap. That's why there is a space gap. And it's not one-way traffic. And where in a solid state, that's why you can break a magnet and it still carries on. It's magnetic in the same field force direction. In plasma, you cannot do that. This is why when you have a CO2 gas, you have a spectrum of two fields, carbon and oxygen on top of each other. And this ratio is very important, because what goes in and what comes out somewhere meets a balance, and in that is a gravitational bottom of the heartbeat, and this is the top. We know this. Now we have system which works this. One of the things which we are testing now in the lab is to build a system in the coming months, or I think we are closer than that, for systems which can understand this position transfer, and for our system to disappear into the center of the Earth. This is something which we're working on, and in the coming time, how we can allow the same system to be able to fly to the center of the sun.
What you call China syndrome?
Pardon?
What you call China syndrome?
What do you mean?
Going through to the heart, the earth.
In a way, we now understand the knowledge. In a way, we are developing systems to be able to do this. And initially, this system
I designed in early 2004, 5. Now we're replicating it, and we will see in the next few months how correct we are in how we can match the heartbeat. If I can match the heartbeat of the sun, I can fly on its magnetical or gravitational of its heartbeat, not on gravitational magnetic field of the planet. Two different things.
Mr. Cash, the fields that go out are magnetical, and the red ones you drew coming in, those are the gravitational, correct?
Yep.
So is there a point, I mean, another knowledge seeker and I were conversing on Facebook the other day, and he was proposing that there's a point where the magnetical fields become gravitational, and
Yes.
that's the point. Okay.
There
So
is,
is that,
see, there is no point. This in part of the teaching going back quite a few years ago. We explained this one, which is very easy to understand, and that is the history has always said, and there's been a mystery in the world of astronomy or whatever, that we get a magnetical gravitational fields coming in and it goes out as magnetical, which always they said there's a point when it changes, but in fact it's the same field. It depends where you're standing. In one of the teachings years ago, I explained it's like a junction traffic light. You're standing here, and another guy is standing here. We see a car coming. To us is magnetical, to both of us. When the car comes here, sorry, it's gravitational to us because it's coming towards us. When a car is coming here and is going in that direction, now is magnetical to me, but it's gravitational to him. Where here was magnetical to both of us. At this point, here is magnetical to both of us because it's going away from it. They call it the redshift. That's why you have the backlights red in the cars. The white shift is what comes to you. And there is no change. The car certainly doesn't change. It's the same car. It's understanding. But the reality is this road has two-side traffic. Where here is magnetical to him, is gravitational to me. And the space gap is the line in the center. And where this, the heartbeat of the system at here is this. The heartbeat of the system here is at this. Because here the car could be going at 50 kilometers and here at 30. It's the same car. But here this car could be at 60 and here at 70. Different heartbeats. So still different position of the strength and what is the between the two. Somebody's microphone is open. We have to understand. We have to understand the totality of the knowledge. We cannot go halfway. It's the same car. Here while this is a magnetical, the other one is gravitational. Here, the other one is magnetical, is gravitational to the other. It has a barrier point. It has a point at where two balances. And if you go further, what about this? If it's on the line of a plasma. Because the one thing you got to understand all the time and have in mind that the plasma moves out in direction, but the plasma receives heartbeats to it too, where it's covered more or less by its environment, which is created by the plasma and other plasmas in its environment. You can't stay, and you cannot be an ostrich, as we say, camel bird. These are little things which I notice a lot of knowledge seekers have not comprehended fully. And that's where a lot of what I call the progress is not achieved in many of the teachings.
So, Mr. Cash, what I was envisioning as the magnetical goes out and it weakens, at a certain point, it becomes gravitational and then is attracted back.
No. Depends on what strength is given to it and how much is absorbed, and not necessarily comes back. Because if it reduces its field, it means it's interacting with some other field. If there were no resistance to it, it'll go further. You understand? It depends what we call plasmatic mirror we put in front of it, that it diverts it, that it reflects it back in. Does it do it naturally, or is it enforced by environment of it? If it does naturally, is what we call the peak. And if it goes back to the magnetic point that the gravitational converts to magnetical, that's a trough, that's the bottom of it. And that's the 2 point of the heartbeat. Heartbeat needs 4 interactions, where frequency needs 2. When you have a frequency, it means how you penetrate into the material. When you have a frequency, if it is not there, it cannot go. You create a frequency till it can go through. But what we call heartbeat needs 2 gravitational and 2 magnetical interactions to convert, to change. Or if you look at it the other way, in a frequency, you need 1 direction movement. With what we call heartbeat, you need 2 direction movement. If man knowledge extends to understanding this, even a solid magnet has a heartbeat. how do we magnetize an iron nail? We put an angle, we hammer it at a given speed, realigns, which means they all got the same heartbeat. And that realignment is to the center of the planet, which creates that line of heartbeat. Even we do it with electric currents, it's the same principle in a way. If you create that heartbeat from to the moon, you travel to the moon in one instant, you get magnetized. These are the things which now we have the facilities and we test. Knowledge of plasma has to be understood. The difference between the plasma fields and matter fields has to be understood fully.
So right where I interrupted you is I missed something I think I didn't understand, but I when I said when you said no, it doesn't weaken on its own. It weakens because of its interaction with its environment. So the strength of the field, it's the initial
Yes,
strength.
but let me clarify something. You got to understand, is not just is going to return. The return could be, and most probably is, another field which matches lock into. Which has the pull strength of the field of the center.
Okay.
You understand?
Well, I do understand that.
So
But
what I show, let me explain to you in a very simple way. And when we show the magnet, yeah, the fields going out do not come back. These are the fields in the universe which have the field strength of the magnet inside, in gravitational field strength. In a way, if you look at it, if you take a magnet, and you can draw it in this manner, you have gravitational field forces while you have magnetical field forces. The two never interact. And that's why you can suspend magnets. If you create what we call levitation, that's what we do. We somehow, we transfer, we try to link these to this. And what we make is this. It's to understand that the fields have to have a strength of, not the same of. When we travel the span of the universe, we'll find in our system a field which can create into the magnetical or the gravitational. We decide if we are going in from the bottom top or the top bottom, and which one of these fields will end up with us at which point, in what is strength. And unfortunately, electronic systems of this age cannot work. Electronic systems of today in the plasmatic world are ineffective. Absolutely ineffective.
James has a question in the chat. Perhaps you'd like to open your mic, James. I'll read the question if it makes sense. I, the soul, is feeding on magrevs? Question mark. Any takers?
Yes, I take it, but I hope he'll understand it too. In a way, when you feed on magravs, it means I take what I need and I give what I don't need. This is the balance point. That's exactly how it is. We all live by that.
Alrighty. From Diane. And feel free to open your mic, Diane, if you'd like to ask it, but I'll read the question again with a magrev. Is a magrev a replication of us/humans, specifically whoever builds it? Question mark. I'm not sure I understand. Righty. Are the, Mr. Kesh, are the other civilizations you worked with, let's say, to move them out into the universal community, are we on a fast track? In other words, you've really been publicly teaching for 8 years, even though you've been working for 50, 40, 50 years on this. And maybe it's because of our predicament in our position to the sun that it has to be accelerated. But do the other civilizations also have a hard time understanding this? Do they pick it up easier? Or is it on this planet, it's more difficult? But it seems you've done a phenomenal job in just 8 years here in these teachings.
The thing is, we leave a lot of knowledge to be understood in the future. It's not that all of it can be understood in Mongo. A lot of it is for the future. And what we say in the world of what is in the world of macro is in the micro. What I teach, as people understand more, they find matching in understanding of totality. Because we teach the principle, we don't teach a specific case. And this is the beauty of the teachings. And this is what we see and what we do. And this is how the universal society lives. That we share knowledge, and who has maturity of time and space and understanding will take it at that point. It's very much like a light on a highway. Do you want to go towards the light, or you want to find a back street to avoid the light, because then you'll be seen? And this is what the knowledge is. Are you mature enough to be able to get to that point? And this is part of understanding. We teach for time and space, that, as I said, the knowledge is transferred through the soul, and it's not just for the human race. And in time and space, will those who mature to this point they receive the knowledge. Otherwise, it's what I call goes over my head. And so we have the biggest problem for man has been the consumption of what I call entities like animal food or plants. And other civilizations stayed in the field interaction. When the first creatures were created on this planet, they did not eat. They had no system of eating. They absorbed energies, they absorbed fields. And as they start feeding and converting due to the condition of matter state of this planet, they had to find a way to dispose of it. They had to give it a structure, what to hold, what to give, to conserve energies. And it became an eating machine where the soul of the man doesn't need that. And this is why we encourage to go in that way. But in time we learn, in time we progress. But there's a problem in the world of theology which man has created for himself, and this is the biggest block for humanity to progress in a positive way in the world of science and technology. Who told the government or the people to hang the first man who said the earth is not center of the universe? These are, if we don't have, there is no religion in the space, only this planet is something which is more or less a laughing stock for universal community. But how human beings have attached themselves into what they call religion and faith, in not being able to understand the connection between the creation and what they create themselves. It's unique. We don't have prisons, we have no hospitals, we have no churches, and we have no religion. Because we understand the process, and for the first time now, humanity has got to reach that point to understand science and religion is one. Because there is no religion. In fact, totality of it is the interaction of the fields. Whatever a religion says, we can replicate in the world of science. So it's a scientific, logical understanding of the process of interaction of the fields. We talk about the resurrection. Now you have the fields you can do. The maturity of time is there. You talk about anything which what they call theology has brought in. Now scientifically we can prove it's there. Which one is correct, theology or the science? Actually always been there. Somebody has seen it, explained it, people didn't understand. And religious people have used it on the name of the religion, be it in their benefit, be it in their pocket, whatever.
So, Mr. Kesh, is the concept of evil, is it fields?
Pardon?
The concept of evil, how do you define it in plasma? Is it fields?
What? Evil?
Evil,
Yes.
yeah.
Oh, that's the state of your mind, what you want to accept. Doesn't exist. It does not exist.
Excuse me, Mr. Cash. in your if you create in your fish tank a condition that allows entities to manifest, are those souls souls of the universal community that want to experience physicality, and so through more or less an agreement, they're allowed to manifest in this environment on this planet?
Can you repeat that again, please?
So if you create
in a simpler way.
Okay. A simpler way. If you create a condition that doesn't normally exist on this planet, let's say the fish tank, through the technology, the GANS technology, the focusing of the fields, in a way, an isolated womb. If an entity manifests within that, is that a soul that already exists as part of the universal community agreeing to the condition because there's something to be learned from that through that process? Or that because you said we are the masters of physicality, and so there's something that we each can exchange as far as knowledge. Is this the opportunity to let them experience that, or to give them an opportunity so that we could each teach each other things?
In so many ways, depends what we create and what condition we bring together. And in so many ways, if they want to manifest themselves, we, at this moment of time, we are developing this fish tank. And we are watching his heartbeat. We're watching his progress, but in different process and progress in the lab. And because you got to understand the knowledge seekers in the lab don't understand everything as such, but they are there. We achieve things, but in a hidden way, we have already have a fish tank. In a given way, we have created the environment, and we control the heartbeat, and we control the heartbeat of the environment. And this is a major breakthrough in the science and technology. The understanding of creating, superimposing two heartbeats, one of the universe and one of the space and time. Then, when you create the space and time, when you create the heartbeat of a given structure, be it the soul of another creature or soul of a man or whatever, with the intention of the emotion and the feeling and understanding of the totality of the difference between the two heartbeats, you can create and bring about any kind of life, pre-agreed or to be agreed. It happens in the womb of the mother. Two different heartbeats come together, and in balance, they create a new heart. The heartbeat of a fetus is not the same as the mother or the father. And that heartbeat creates the soul, which creates the feature of the child. It's the same.
We have to understand what kind of heartbeat is created by interaction of what, and what we are looking for to create in the space gap, space and time. We actually achieved this one last, not achieved, I explained this last Thursday, Friday in the lab. Because now we have the capability to create such a condition. We can create the heartbeat of the sun and create the sun. What is the dream of the plasma physicist in the center of the, what do you call, enhancement unit? This is the difference. This is where what I call the science of the man and science of the universe comes into what they call working together, understanding one or the other. We have systems, we have technologies physically can show. So if we have managed to replicate it and show it, we have managed to understand the work. This week we test the system, which we hope will be able to hold it within the lab. It's a puzzle. It's a way, because we work in a very what we call measurement way. We hope we can hold the system in the lab. Where would it be? We don't know. If we get it right, would it go where we want it to go? The knowledge I share with our scientists, with the knowledge seekers who work, it's very, very straightforward. Understanding of it is easy because we go from basic up, we go from foundation up, and what we call in the research we understand is not that we're going to do this. I spend weeks and weeks showing all the basics and where it comes to. That then when it comes to the final stage of one test to the other, all the basic knowledge has already been gathered. And we are in that position now. This week, maybe next week, next month, we should be able to do a lot of other things. As I said, we are preparing the Keshe Foundation for a new, not a new, but what we call to be understood globally in a very rapid way. We announced on Thursday the new achievements and the new way that the Keshe Foundation will progress in the coming weeks and months. A lot of, and these technologies, these teachings will be released in a totally different way. And the Keshe Foundation knowledge will be reachable more or less by anyone on this planet in a different way than it's been up to now. Because we decided to go this way to teach. And when we start teaching this way, world leading scientists will come to understand very much more rapidly. And we see that as a breakthrough in the coming months and weeks. As we show more, we deliver more, and we teach in a very radical way. We'll come to you next week. And you will understand how the teaching will change course. As I said on Thursday teaching, I work very much at peace, and that peace allows us to make a lot of developments.
And this is part of what you're working on. Huge developments, huge changes in the whole structure of knowledge and sharing knowledge to the level of the physicality and the soul, and you choose. And I hope every knowledge seeker reaches the state of peace and what I call understanding, as I have reached in the past few weeks and months. You will see in the knowledge, you see totally in different ways. You grasp the knowledge. Because when you understand that the state of the soul has to be a peaceful interaction with the soul of physicality, you'll find a new dimensions.
Well, perhaps my question was more on an ethics-based ethos of to do no harm. If an entity manifests under this condition, does it, and since the soul never dies, to experiment with this or to manipulate this entity, is that something that would be allowed?
This, I think I answer you in a different way if I couldn't clarify it the other way for you to understand. Do we create in the environment of this fish tank that where we bring in or where we create a condition that is matching to an environment in a space that one of the beings of this space would like to explore, to be with us, that we see? Or do we bring in a soul which is created on this planet, in any shape or form, by the interaction of the fields which we create in the fish tank, that in the interaction with the fields of the fish tank, we create a soul, that soul in that environment shows us how the creatures or life would be in the destination point field. There are two sides to this, not one side. Do we, and in all my teachings, I've been very clear about this. When you go into these, what I call fish tanks, you will see how you will look in depth of the space, because we create a soul, that interaction of that soul with the environmental position and strength of it will show this is the way that the soul can be supported and manifest itself in the matter, what they call it, observation point of view. But would it be the time that we create gravitational magnetic fields of a given space in the universe, and if that given space as we created has life within it, would that life manifest itself in the tank that we can communicate with, we can ask questions with? Or would, if you understood the teaching of the Thursday, would the soul which we create, which has the strength of the environment, of the destination, wherever it could be in the space, would he or that soul find, download, or receive, or be connected to the information of the space and time where it's connected to, and tell us what is happening through the emotion of our souls? Many of us will change to understand our feeling comes through our soul, or our feeling is from our human side, physical, solar physicality. And these are the things which many of you have to handle and tackle with. Do you go through the soul of physicality, or do you want to go through the soul of the man? But you cannot cheat one to get to the other. And would you be able to create your own soul in the fish tank, the strength of, which most of you should be able to do so, and then see how your physicality will show in the destination. It is what, let's say, put your hand out, put your soul out. Is not looking in the crystal ball, is looking at the fields interaction you create in the condition of the environment which is created for it, how we look. If I put your soul and create the condition of the Mars, you might have 14 legs and 2 arms. And if I just change the condition of environment in the soul and put you on the Saturn, you might have no arms and you'll be air bubble with the same strength. Or do I need to change the dimension and strength of my soul that I'll be still 14 arms and 2 legs, or 14 legs and 2 arms on Saturn as much as I'm on the Mars? Which one do I choose?
Can you observe that from how the entity manifests in this dimension, so that if it can replicate the need not to consume both oxygen, or, you know, it
Do we need
not
to
have a
observe?
heartbeat?
You don't need an oxygen to have a heartbeat. In our systems, we have no oxygen, but we have a heartbeat.
Well, maybe it's to say
we
that
don't-
it survives
we-
without consuming.
That's what it does. That's what the system does. The new technology, the new breakthrough in understanding and development does.
But normally entities that are created on this planet don't benefit from that initial, other than in the womb, do they have that ability to survive and grow without consuming, or is that still apparent in the
womb
womb?
of the mother, we are still consuming, even the womb of the mother, because we take from the mother. If you take the mother out of the bracket, there is no child, because the child is consuming from the mother. When we can generate, when we can create, when we can bring about children who live through the soul, and then physicality is a point of manifestation, then yes, then we don't consume food. And this is part of the new development. This is part of the new teaching, to create the soul before the physicality. This is what we will teach in the coming time. I'll explain that in detail, and we'll go in more detail on this in coming months and years, most.
So then it's expected that if at this point in our knowledge, we can use GANs to be that transformer of fields to provide the energy that we need until we can do it through our soul. That seems as a way that we've been working through this.
Maybe some of us will find a shortcut to it. Some of us don't like to see the happiness of the others. Do we create a condition that everybody is happy? But does making one happy, then we'll have different limitation of who's more happy than the other one. Then we go back that the one who's not happy still needs to be happy. So we are back in track one. As many of you most probably know, since Thursday that I explained, I have found peace and happiness, has bothered some people immensely.
because this is what was planned. Disturbing and destruction was a plan that he could not achieve that. And when somebody at level of where we are finds peace, a lot of you who learn the knowledge will find peace. My peace, the knowledge and the way it carries the knowledge to you, transfers the emotion and the soul to it as well. And there are people who are not happy for somebody to be happy at peace. What do? They disrupt. Or that I'm not happy because he's happy. We call it jealousy. Do we need to get to that point? Or we agree that whatever we achieved is the level that our soul allows us, and be content. Contentment is the biggest problem for human race. And then what do? When you're jealous, you lie, you cheat, you whatever degrade. We're cheating and lying, they're the one that you bring misery to them, that then they start. But the key to it is to stay happy, to be able to be a giver, to love, to give. And then it doesn't work, does it? And nothing can change the dimension of giving and being in love with, and to love, to give, and stay in that position of happy. That you can share, you can give so much knowledge. When you walk in the Keshe Foundation lab, you see, you feel the people who we work with, who's grabbing, who's understanding, who's not understanding and needs to understand. You can tell clearly between the staff who are there as knowledge seekers and the staff who we have employed. It's a very clear cut. And it's very hard to change those who work to become knowledge seekers, because to them is a financial position, where us as knowledge seekers, to us is a reward of the soul and evolution, and then what we call development of the humanity. We still have this, and we cannot change it. Or do we put all the people who come to work within the structure of the Keshe Foundation to be a knowledge seeker? So everybody says, I'm a knowledge seeker. What have you seeked and what have you learned? You see this, we are aware of, and we see a lot of it. There is a big difference in wherever you go in the Keshe Foundation between the knowledge seekers or who come to the foundation for financial rewards, or what we call earning. You feel the soul difference, you feel the intention difference, you feel the people who live in two different. And there's a big gap between them, huge gap. Knowledge seekers stay till 10, 11 o'clock at night. The ones who get paid 5 o'clock, they close their books.
Mr. Cash,
Yes.
the people you work with at the lab, you indicated in past Thursday teachings and stuff that you work with them in a way such that they come to understand. You have to work at a pace that they can do that, and then when they understand, they create. It's not, you're not just doing it, as a magician, like you say, but you need to do this so that they understand. And I get that. And when those people that you're working with, when they do get it, when they do understand and they begin to be able to create, does that mean that we, as the rest of the human beings here, we have access to that understanding as well?
In a way, yes, but in a way, how?
Well, we would have to put in the same work and questioning, I guess, for it be available to us. But I just wondered if that was a point of communication at the soul level.
In a way, yes, but again, it's in a way, how? How do you expect when the knowledge is there, but the what I call the evolution is different. We teach the same thing, but different people take from it different understanding and different work. And it's very hard, even in the structure of the laboratory education foundation, as we have separated different sections, not to let one side to work with the other sides, but in a way they support each other because they need one to feed the other. That we see the difference, that the two sides never balance each other out. We work in a very structured way, and each part of the lab has been divided, sectioned, and people from one section do not they don't work in the other side to understand what's happening, but in general, everybody knows what's going on and what is about to achieve. But doesn't mean even the people in the lab all understand at the same time everything, even though they're working targeting towards the same thing. In time, the knowledge will be shared through the souls of those who understand. It's the same in China. We have the same structure in China. Even the teams work together closely, but we have what we call 3 different offices and locations and factories and everything in China. And we have the same thing. The teams work together, but the soul and intention is very different between the knowledge seekers and the people who work within the structure of the Chinese operation. It's not college culture dependent, it's human emotion dependent. And how much that knowledge can be shared, what they want to share with the others. Would they share it through the soul, or they need to write it in the paper? You all have access to all the knowledge. If you can tune to higher understanding, you can tune to the knowledge of the universe now. But or what does it mean to you if you do, or even if you receive the knowledge, what can you do with it? What will it bring you?
Only hard work.
No, it's easy work. It's not a work. It's a love. It's an easy love.
Rhino has had his hand up for about 20 minutes. I don't want it to fall asleep. Rhino, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm here. Don't worry, it's a pleasure listening. It's no rush, just no rush. I got a couple of questions, Mr. Cash. Good morning. Good evening. The first question is, you said we can make the same kind of maggraph at different point further in and further out to the gravitational side. So my question is, if I make, let's suppose, aluminum maggraph, and I reproduce the same but further in to the gravitational, is this the right choice for attract more stronger the first maggraph of aluminum?
I don't understand.
It's you explain. We can have we can have the same maggraph. Let's suppose
No. I think you misunderstood. We
Okay.
have a maggraph balance.
Yeah.
Where magnetical fields in field strength
Yes.
can balance gravitational field at a given strength. You got to understand a field interaction is 4 fields interaction. And at the same time, at a point when gravitational field forces is in balance with the magnetical at the same, but in the given environment.
Exactly.
You see, the heart is continuously within the environment of the magnetic gravitational field of the body and the soul of the man, and soul of physicality. So has a limitation in how much it can allow to go and how much it can allow to receive. And this is very much in energy dependent, what we call. Magnetic field in motion is energy. And is the energy in a gravitational and a magnetical the same? That zeros. And then gravity in the center pulls. So environment pulls. A heartbeat is not just only the field flow within the heart, is what the soul creates for it to operate on there. The soul, the heartbeat of the man has a direct connection to the heartbeat of the soul of the man. It's not random. Is sequential. The same with the heartbeat of the soul of the physicality of the man. This is why when we are afraid, the heartbeat changes. When we are happy, the heartbeat changes.
This is connected to how much we go further in.
Yes, but what does the environment at which gravitational pull taps into the energies, field flows? You got to understand at any point there are 4 field forces minimum interact, be it at the higher value of the gravitational or be it at the lower value of the gravitational. There is an environmental balance, what the environment takes from the energy in a given time.
This is like the chamber of the heart. There are two 4 fields.
If you go back into the medical teaching some years ago, if you find it most probably, you will understand that I explained in that teaching that some years ago, millions of years back, man had 4 pumps, one for the lymph, one for the what we call the blood and everything else.
And these four came together as four chambers. And each one has a function in the field forces in respect to the environment they work. The chamber which is responsible for the lymph looks at the total pressure needed for all the lymphs within the body to be in motion, because it's totally different way of operation. Each chamber of the heart is one pump on its own for a specific function in the body of the man. And the combination of these in respect to the feel the strength of the soul of the man, soul of physicality, creates a dimension of the heartbeat where is the maximum, where is the minimum, which to pull back in and which to pull back out.
I'm stepping away 1 minute, be right back.
Can I ask another question, Mr. Cash?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm asking myself, if I want to make heat in my body, do I need to use? I understood heat for human is an interaction between inertia of Earth and magnetic gravitational field of Earth. Is both of them together, and when they tack tightly together, because the pressure of the sun, we perceive this as a heat. So, but I can't figure out what kind of fields do I need to use for create such a kind of feeling in my body.
We talked about this in one of the teachings about the heat of the body, how it's created, and what functionality it has, and how the heat is generated in all the bodies of all the creatures on this planet. Even a plant, a tree, has a temperature, and it works within the temperature, and that comes from interaction of the fields of the gases with the environment they operate in, and in interaction with the gravitational magnetic field heartbeat of the Earth. We can adjust it through emotion by adding or taking away, but we cannot change it. The environment does not have much effect on the temperature of the body. You can control the temperature of the body of the man through his soul, where you can live even in minus 100 degrees or 1,000 degrees. Because it's to do with the gravitational magnetic field forces of the amino acids which we are made of. The stone, even the stone has a temperature dependent. That's why at certain temperature, if it goes below, it cracks or it breaks, or at a given point it melts. But a body of the man doesn't work that way. Our temperature is well controlled by the strength of the amino acid which is our body is made of. And after a given degrees, which is roughly temperature per what we call atomic mass, is about the same, 1 degree per. Our amino acid is on about 42, 43. And then above that, if you add fields to it, it disintegrates, because then the field is over than its environment. And in our brain, when we reach 42, 43 degrees, we go into that realm, which fields, which isotopes of the amino acid have built which part of the body or the brain, and then they dissolve, they open up into submatter levels. So we die, or we get a brain hemorrhage, or we have all sorts of problems. And we can operate at 37 because it's in a gaseous state and works within the 10 to 20%. If you take 15% from 43, 44 maximum, or 43 of the what we call the atomic structure, which is a carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen, which is about 43, then you can see 15%. Where does it give you? It gives you around about 36, 37. If you go 20%, which we always said, we calculate 20% below 15, depending on the strength of, and you're just about right. Because one is in the matter state 43, 44, because then in respect to the environment and inertia, you change in the matter state and your field opens up. Or you go on the plasmatic field strength, which is in combination with the heartbeat of the earth, which is roundabout, just about right. And if you're on the 37 to 43, 6 degrees. And if you look at the 10, 15%, 20% mass transfer to energy, you're just about right. The minimum and the maximum. Then if you can learn through your emotion or through your soul how to create a condition that it keeps it around about 37 with the interaction of environment, it's like putting a jacket around you without actually needing to wear a clothes. Man will learn this very soon. It doesn't matter where you go, to what depth you go, you can exist. And that's why I said, they have never let us loose in the space. They put us in a matter state suit and then we die. We don't die when we come out of the womb of the mother with no space suit, and we survive in the atmosphere of this planet. Now we have to learn to operate through the soul and operation of the soul.
Mr. Kesh, would you be interested in taking a question on masks? It seems when I wear my mask and I go to the grocery store, okay for a little while, but then I seem to have to pull it down from my nose to get some fresh air in. My body's telling me something's off. And this has happened more than one time. So I know there's something going on. I looked on YouTube and most of the doctors say, no, there's no problem with the mask or CO2 or oxygen levels or anything else. But I have a 2-minute video here that I was wondering if I could play, where somebody took a CO2 detector and put it under the mask. And the results were quite strong as compared to what I've seen on YouTube. Would you like to see that 2-minute video?
Would you like your teaching to be brought down if you put it on the YouTube?
It's not on YouTube, it's on BitChute.
It doesn't matter. If somebody takes it and put it, they bring their video, their YouTube down. As you know, a lot of people take your teachings and they put it around for other people to see. The reality is that if you put your hand in front of your mouth and keep on breathing, if there's not enough space gap, you change the percentage of the carbon and you change the percentage of oxygen. And scientifically, we understand this. So it doesn't need to be a mask. And that's a fear of death, which is triggered by the certain balanced number of the carbon monoxide in the breathing, is what you feel uncomfortable with, or what we call the fear of death. It's not something you don't need to be what you call a genius to understand. You do not allow the continuous. And secondly, these masks are what we do. Even if you put a cloth, the filter level, and they cannot breathe as we breathe. And this is not the only one. You're not the only one who has got this problem. Everybody else has. But the beauty of it is not understood is that this virus goes through the skin of the man too. Any virus doesn't need to go through the air. If it's available and it's present, the virus can attach itself and travel through anywhere once it finds a match.
It just seems like they're telling us one mask is good, but now 2 masks are better and 3 masks are even better for you. I don't understand this thinking, and obviously, if one hand over your face changes things, I imagine 3 would.
I advise knowledge seekers in a very simple way. If there is a fear of anything, spray the same issue now. In certain European countries, we can only use one kind of masks. Everybody has to use the same now. In the past week, especially like in Austria, we can only use one, which all these fancy masks are finished. Everybody is in white mask. The only difference is if you have the mask, spray inside or the outside of the mask. Take a few masks, just one, and spray them with a gas water of the cup 1, cup 2. Both inside and outside. And you will feel the difference in emotion even. And if they are even in a virus environment, you'll find out that because of the mask you wear and is already sprayed on both sides with a mixture of 1 and 2, even your emotion will be different. You don't need to do anything else. It's literally, we give you a Hubble bubble to inhale, spray it with cup number 1 and 2, a mixture of just the water, not the gases of it. Because if you spray the gas of it, when it dries, you inhale it in. You transfer the energies. And then you see how comfortable you feel, how confident you feel. Because in the process of breathing, you continuously absorb what is already in what we call the energy level of your own body. And you don't need to do anything else.
Good advice. Thank you.
It is, and you have to understand, don't use with your masks the amino acid, just the CO2, or what you call cup number 1, cup number 2 on their own, without their amino acid.
It was just shocking to see inside the mask going up to 9,000 parts per million or more.
course it does. You put your hand in front of your mouth, you'll get that.
But we're talking a mask. A hand is more solid. But
it's all the filter barrier, isn't it? It's all filter barrier. What you do, and what rate of inhaling you do. You know how much can faster to go in and out. I look at these masks, and the funniest part is, do you know where most of the air you inhale comes in? By the side of your nose. By the side of your nose. They cannot cover. And this is where most of the air rushes in.
That's why I wear a screen door over my face, basically. Piece of chicken mesh. It's the same thing.
You cannot do that in Europe. It's instructed. As I said, depends which minister has got the bribe for it. A specific mask now has to be worn, and if 10 million people have to wear the same mask, and the minister or somebody in the ministry gets 10 cents per mask, you can see who's making money. That's why this mask come into application. Masks are not the way to stop the virus. That's for sure.
Well, I didn't know if you were still in Austria, but I saw some big protests going on over the last few days. I just wondered if anybody was going to comment on the protests against the lockdowns and all that stuff that was going on over there.
We don't interfere. We are not here to. We are just, we abide by the rule, which is that we are fairly open. We are fairly, as we are a research center and operating company, all our staff are issued with the appropriate papers. And we have no, in a way, the only restriction we have, it's you can't go shopping because the shops are closed. And you cannot go sightseeing or go somebody. If you want to go shopping, is open. We, all our staff are issued with documentation that they can travel anytime during day and night as a research center. And fairly, so we have no condition limited on us. So we operate normally. We don't feel it that much, except you can't go to buy clothing, shop is closed, but more or less, it does not apply to us, so we are not that much affected by it. And we never take direction in that, especially in Austria, which way we think.
I thought maybe just it might be, since the enhancement unit is still, if it's still there, might be not only is the confidence in the people's ability to make their own choice is supported by the enhancement units and everything that's there, is that
no,
they're feeling it.
Let me explain to you. Sorry to jump in.
That's okay.
In Austria, there is the same as the rest of the Europe, the rest of the world. We are all following in a different steps. The same collective decision is made for all the government and the citizens. It's not the governments who make a decision. Decisions are made by IMF. Who's going to under how much debt and who's going to pay? It's a kidnapping of nationals and governments, and that's all the bottom line of it. And then control of the citizens and the rich. If you're in Africa, you most probably end up to be one of the freest places to be in the world. And maybe in India. The best places for people to live where no one near life is the third world nations, not the advanced nations. Advanced nations are all gone. They can't. The thing is, it's not money anymore. It's a power I can do.
Doesn't matter what you put on the table. And the only way out of it is 20 kilometers above Earth. No rockets can reach, nothing. You can live. Maybe it'll be easier to live on the moon. As you're aware, we are testing flight systems and all sorts of systems around Keshe Foundation in different structures.
Well, in the United States, it's become apparent that it was a political thing. So a lot of places are starting to open up, or they're starting to take that stance that it was a political aspect. But it comes to the question, has any movement
But
been?
if it's a political aspect, how come we got 400,000 dead? Or are these? I think Larry King's death is one of the best ones, isn't it? They said he died of corona, and his wife says no, he died of infection.
Well, actually, he got vaccinated and then he died. See, that's what. So, like Hank Aaron is one of our biggest things that recently happened. Is the professional baseball player Hank Aaron went and got a vaccination, and then 10 days later he died. So, it's kind of the hidden stories that are underneath these things. But my question was more about the getting back together with Iran and how this administration is moving back towards the Jacob. You know, how are we going to facilitate that? Because as you said, there's a lot of jobs that can come from that. So that was more where my question was.
You see, we are talking two different things. Initially, we got to understand what we have to wait under 3 months. Maybe some things happen beforehand, but the Iranian administration is over in the next 3 months, and a new administration comes in, new government, new president, and the new president is we know, hopefully, as we said in American, we know roughly who's the next Iranian president. He is very much on the side of what I call science and technology. And in so many ways, we have to find accommodation. But you got to realize at this moment of time, the American administration has got its hand full with their own internal affairs. And nobody has time to gather soldiers together. So it's economical sanctions, and they try to work their way out. And we got to wait and see. I was explaining earlier on to one of the knowledge seekers. As we announce in the coming weeks, how the Keshe Foundation is taking shape. We do not offer an alternative government to the government. We offer a new structured government. As I was explaining, as you know, in a few thousand years ago, the Persian Empire did not invade. The leaders of areas themselves came in to accept the principle, and they became part of the Persian Empire. And this is the way, more or less, the Keshe Foundation will go. We have withdrawn from that structure of going to government. We are setting up in the next few weeks, you will see, the structures that the governments will come to be able to use the Keshe Foundation technology, and our conditions are very simple. On Thursday, the foundation and head of the foundation, both ladies, will make announcements where we will be, most probably. And we have to be in the line with setting up a structure that the world leaders or world governments and the public will go with us. And this is the way we will set it out. We're working in a different, totally, I told you and I explained very clearly. I'm at peace, and I found peace and happiness in my life. And I transferred this to a lot of work which I wanted to do over years and could not happen. Now it's happening. And my wish is my command. And the way we see it and the way it's structured, we do not go through the structure. Our plan is in coming weeks and months and coming years, Keshe Foundation will be respected international organization through people, and we're building it up. We'll announce the first phases of it, hopefully by this Thursday, as I told you last week. And as we are signing agreements and different ways of bringing the foundation into the front, because we have all the tools to do, now it's time to harvest. You will understand we carry on, and the knowledge seekers have to carry on with one way: technology and science against peace, technology and science a way to the soul of the man. And we'll keep that way. And as we go international, the way we are planning and the things are coming up, you will see the governments will come to understand there is a new way. In a way, nationals will turn and the governments will follow. You will understand very soon. It won't happen overnight. It's not a revolution. Is calling on the soul of the humanity to turn and creating the conditions for it to be there to turn. We gave a lot of freedom to knowledge seekers around the world, and now we're taking that back. We're taking that back into a position of the what we call control of the foundation, and with it, bringing some I call conditions that the world nations and others will come into it. Then it needed to be done in certain ways, and as I said, that's been my wish. It'll happen. The things are all falling in place every week. New ways and the directions for the foundation has been set to come in. And we'll see more and more of these interactions, and we'll see more of, as I said, we set out to make the Keshe Foundation as one of the well-known brands or logos or technological advancements, and we are on that target. We are not only are working on it, we are arranging it to be that way. We've got a very competent team around us and a competent Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers who have different connections and things, and now they're triggering everything. It's just you call on people in public to do things. I call on the souls to do, and the whole thing comes on. And now we have called on the souls of those knowledge seekers who are and can and would are bringing and doing the job. It's not coincidental. You work with talking, I work through the soul. And it works perfectly.
Have they reached the elevation of the soul where their intention is communicated before the words are spoken?
Who?
I'm sorry?
Who?
The Universal Council.
They're still on what I call the sandbox. They're just gathering there. We see less and less of the what they call the wrong, or not the wrong, the way what I call initial behavior has changed, and they're getting more into it. And as you see, if you've seen, I try not to attend Tuesday teaching on Tuesdays, It's their parameters, it's their ground, it's their setting up. I mean, I come here, I go to the Brazilian teaching, I go to, last week we were guests up there, or a couple of few weeks ago, Romanians and the Bulgarians and whatever will try to attend. But I try to keep away from Tuesday teachings because it's their ground. They have to set out and they have to mature. The Universal Council was hijacked for a long time, and now they have the freedom to do. Now they're finding their feet. There are a few people who are very active. There are people who building up, but in general, we see more, and we'll see the pattern into it. But we have to allow them to mature. To do. Universal Council members are all busy doing things in the background you're not aware of what we see because they work through the foundation. Number of Universal Council members are very, very extremely active in the background, which is not in public domain, but is between the KF and the Universal Council. And they have switched. They have taken charge, Universal Council members. Many of them are literally taking charge to work directly with the foundation, and we see the results of it. Most of what we tell you that is going to come and is coming and it will take place is done by Universal Council members in conjunction with the support of the foundation. They are working on it and they're shining like the way they do. Number of Universal Council members have taken full charge of what they want and what they see for the language to speak and what it can bring in prosperity for them, or through other members of the Universal Council, or themselves for other languages. They start taking charge, they start learning. And the more we stay out of it, the more they take control of. Because I see when I go into these meetings, things change. But they have to shine on their own way.
So is there anything that we can do to help support them?
Talk to them. Introduce directions and resources to them. We'll come back to you, or we go to Universal Council first before Thursday meeting. And then, or we announce on Thursday and it goes to Universal Council to start the progress of the transformation of the Keshe Foundation from only Keshe Foundation to international structure. They have to structure it the way we set up the path. Universal Council members create the condition, we set the path, and we have the backing to do, and we have the means to do what their wishes are. As I said, you will see what you call a change of direction, total change of direction from the Keshe Foundation in 2021, and it's already started. In a way to become an international organization in frontline, and then understanding, teaching. And a lot of teachings will come to you, like the teachings on the Canadians side and the Americans. You will understand by next Sunday how the things will come at all of you with all the connections you have, or you can create to bring the new change in. We are moving, and it's part of it. You will know what to do next week. Hopefully, some little bit more we need to be done. Many of you can do, and then we go through the structure of setting up the new The new technologies, we plan to show the flying system in the coming weeks. We were hoping to show it, but as things are developing, I think that'll be one of the major breakthroughs of breaking Keshe Foundation through international arena. Last time we tried to show what happened to us in Europe, and then when we tried to show the power generator in the United States, what happened this time we don't announce where and what, but most probably in one of the major cities around the world you will see the flying machine. Or most probably you see the first flying objects, depends. But and we don't develop it in more places shared that it cannot be stopped. And then this is, as I told to the number of Keshe Foundation organizations around the world, I'm not interested in farming or corona or agriculture or health or energy. Our target is only a space. We are a space organization, and now we show the space innovation of the what we call systems, and through it, then the farming and the rest will come. But at the same time, we have protected the Keshe Foundation in many, many ways. You will understand very soon. And the structure is simple. We bring, we show, and we wait for the governments to negotiate. The negotiations on the term which the Universal Council sets.
Because I think it was last week or 2 weeks ago, because I asked you about there was a possibility of using the alien or the universal community as a scare tactic.
No, we don't need to.
No, not from you.
We got to become the aliens. Forget about them to become us.
and just how if and when the car is shown, how it will be a peaceful thing and not something that can be used as propaganda, where they're trying to there's a lot of sightings these days and they're trying to use it as kind of like propaganda. So I just wondered.
We don't need propaganda. We're a scientific organization. We use we use our technology to deliver. You got to understand, we learned a lot from the lens, what do you call, exhibition. When we announced the exhibition, the people who were supposedly you admired and they were there, they were the people who called the enhancement center, they called the Austrian government, they called every embassy to stop us. And then the interesting is that they published what they've done without them knowing that we have access, we got the information. Those people who you thought they were within the lead of the Keshe Foundation, they were the people who called to stop. Every effort was made. So the beauty of what happened in Linz was that the directors of the center saw the technology and they said, does not matter what comes through, we get it through. Even they override the mayor to keep the exhibition going, and then it changed. Those who you think or you thought were sitting next to us, those are the people who went totally every possible way to stop the Keshe Foundation. And at the beginning they were listened to, and then they realized there's nothing but what it's been. And the strangest thing is, for this reason, we don't announce anymore where and how and the way we show things. And we are setting in a way to do this. We don't need any more public presentation. The foundation, you'll understand from Friday that how it's changed. And we have our own platform from now on. And our platform
Friday or
allows us
Thursday?
on Thursday teaching.
Exactly.
Yeah. By next Friday, you will understand. Keshe Foundation has moved in different direction that no government, more or less, hopefully can touch us in that way, but we can share the knowledge and accessible by anyone around the world. You will understand soon, and many of you will participate in this expansion. Many of you, when maybe by next Thursday or by next Sunday, when I come, hopefully still be here. You will understand how much many of you can do to move into the next steps. It'll become a collective Keshe Foundation worldwide effort in every language. In every language, teaching every language to be reached and to be heard, be listened by anyone in the world. There's a slight point of what you call fine tuning left, and then you will see. We give you directions that you can directly understand what is going on. We don't need to have an exhibition center to show. We don't need the government to show. The Keshe Foundation has reached the point that we show what we want, where we want, the way we want, and it'll be watched by people around the world. We'll see, step by step. We got to create a condition that world citizens create a condition of one nation, not through governments to become a nation. In the next few months, we start issuing the first world one nation, what we call passport, which we promised some years ago. Now we reach, anybody can apply to carry one nation passport, and then we enforce this passport. Whoever carries this passport has a validity to travel anywhere in the world. And slowly. The only thing is I have a lot of patience. And I always deliver what we promised. But it takes time. This year, sometime this year, we will announce the first one nation passport, which means any country, any border you pass, means you've been certified, you work by the ethos of the foundation, and you're a man of peace and knowledge. The way you carry American passport or Swiss passport, you carry the KF passport, which makes us part of one nation. But it takes time to get it accepted, but we know the way to get it done. I told you I have found peace and happiness, and I'll transfer that to the rest of the people.
Mr. Keshe, this is in the United States. I have a unit on order, and I have been wondering if I need to rent a space for it, or I don't know.
You have a unit on order, and we come to you for the space. We organize it. Okay. And the discussion in the background, you have one unit. One unit would not be enough to start a center. Keshe Foundation will support back by 1 or 2 units to make a 3 units donation from the foundation or partnership with the foundation.
I may have someone who may be able to help me with another unit. I may have someone. But the question is always when or what. Can't ask you when.
We are ready to deliver. We are, at the moment, complete. The system is going to the doctors to be ratified for the last part, because the new systems have totally changed. In a way, they used to have motors, and a lot of things all have gone. You should be able to walk into the system without seeing anything, as we explained. This took more or less 4 months of me being in the lab and developing this. And the body is not a problem. We can deliver the bodies. It's just by changing the systems, we ordered hundreds of thousands of material, dollars or euros, whether we look at it, and we had to throw them in the bin because they don't work. They do not respond into the system the way it's been developed. So sometime in latest, what do you call it, March, we'll see the flow of the systems, but totally new ways, new technology, and we'll go the same way. But if you find an investor for every unit, both from the foundation from now on, we match with one from the foundation. And what we call the Mexican Cash Foundation Center will be equipped by 6 units, more or less, in the coming months. This is a support of the foundation with Mexico. And we'll go in the same basis. Italy has risen substantial amount of funds and are trying to raise the rest of it. And for everyone, every dollar or every euro they put in, the foundation is matching with one. It is, you will see a lot of things coming up. We had to secure a lot of things in the background, even we realized before we could launch a lot of things. And these are all taking place. We keep very quiet, but we had to secure a lot of things in the background, which up to now was not done. And these all plus the new technologies. I think next Sunday, if I get time to be here, you will understand what will come on every one of your shoulders to do or be able to do to bring the whole Cash Foundation in a different domain of what we call presence worldwide.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Kisha, sorry.
Hi, Cobus. I know your voice.
God bless you. Sorry, I'm disturbing you. I know you've been on for a long time. As always, you're preoccupied with all sorts of things. I don't know where your energy comes from, but God bless you.
Oh, I don't know.
I had a question. It's a little bit out of what we've been talking about, but in your vision, when you were asked, you gave an answer. Like one of your vision was within the next 3 to 5 years, humanity would not need to eat because of the systems you're going to be deploying around the planet Earth, so that we get feeding from the universal energy. The more I look into it, the more I've been looking into it for a while. Actually, I've been trying to ask this question. I realized that once that happened and once that's been achieved, we don't need to eat. So the whole structure, mainly the industrial and financial structure, to some extent, even social structure, will totally change. The whole landscape will change as we know it, because farmers won't need to eat, so they won't automatically wouldn't harvest anymore, or wouldn't grow anything, and then people do the same, and all the industry which is related to farming, which are in turn related to the other part of industries as a part of the structure, they will all collapse because they don't need to make, they don't need to produce. So why, if that happens in the next 5 years, why in our conversation we always worry about separation of the classes and people are going to have a hard time? So I believe with the initiation of this feeding, everything will just start falling into places.
We don't need any feeding. We don't need any hospitals. We don't have any churches. And it's just keeping busy. You got to keep 7 billion people busy with something. In space technology of today, what we see where we sit, I can give you the system tomorrow morning that you don't need to eat anything. You don't even need to drink water. It's not that we're going to achieve, we have the knowledge, but the society is not ready for it. The nations are not ready for it. The humanity is not ready for such a change, not at the moment. And if you look at all these lockdowns, where have they locked? Restaurant. Mainly is all to do with food, which is good. But it goes back to what was said at the beginning. Einstein wrote the paper, says to the when the humanity is ready to release the paper, and she thinks it's ready now. Now it's again. The humanity is just about getting ready to detach from a lot of things, but you have to understand, we have to transfer this knowledge to the people in the White House as much as the ones who are born on the street of Indian's capital. How do you transfer knowledge to people in NASA? As much as you can explain that to the child born on the streets of Mumbai on the pavement. The problem is the diversity, that how, and at the same time, mankind comes to accept that. And how do we feed? How you can, there is a social structure which humanity has made, and it's taken us millions of years to get here. And the change, if it comes in Mongolia, will create chaos. Slowly, people will come into the position of understanding all the facets of being in the space or having the knowledge of the space. We can feed you tomorrow morning. I can put you in a machine and keep you for as long as you live without any food. We have to change everything together, otherwise we'll go back to one of the Chinese knowledge seekers who came to Ghana as a translator, and he nibbled at the food, and I knew his position. He said, I only put some food in my mouth, some fruit, because I'm with you. Otherwise, I haven't eaten anything for 7 months. I don't need to eat. And many people in China have done this. In the West, there's a temptation. We see things we want to take, we eat. And the number of knowledge seekers, large number of knowledge seekers in China some years ago decided to go that way. And some of them are still carrying on. But the environment is there, everybody else eats, so I eat. It's like, when we fast the Chilakawa, the smell of Chilakawa just drags us in. We are not hungry, but we go in.
Yeah.
And this is what it is, changing a culture of the soul of the man. It's not a problem. Not only we have the knowledge, we have the technology of it. And we got to keep on going till it changes and it turns on its own axis and its own way. And if you want to go to space, we're taking off food. You'll be contractually said you'll not be fed. I'm sure a lot of people will sneak in some favorite food from their whatever in their pockets, in their suitcase. But soon they will realize they just become another piece on the mantelpiece and in the wardrobes and in whatever, because they will not have the appetite to eat because they receive everything. It'll be a good memory from Earth. Maybe a Mars bar, or maybe whatever that you remember we used to have, we used to eat. I was talking to somebody, sent me a short clip. It was very nice. It's from one of the famous people in India. He said how long humanity would last if we take all the worms out of this planet. It's about 2 to 3 months. Humanity will collapse. And then they calculated how long would it take for if you take all the insects out, bees and the rest. They think between 2 to 4 years, the Earth will collapse and the humanity with it, like the worms. And they said, how long would it take if we take the humanity out of the equation on Earth? And it says everything will flourish. We are the only creatures which are destroying this planet. There is something very important, extremely interesting, and in the coming weeks, I've asked the head of the Keshe Foundations to come up with a new logo, new what we call phrase for the Keshe Foundation. The biggest problem today, globally, is a global warming. In fact, using the gas plasma technology is eradicating all the global warming in one go. We don't need to stop using fuel or whatever. We use the gas plasma technology to clean up and to not to produce anymore. And this is one of the things as One Nation, One Planet will bring out. And as we say, peace. And what we say, technology in exchange for peace. And we have to look, we have, and in the coming time will be one of the parts of the Keshe Foundation work will be that we don't need to fight global warming. We just switch to a new way of warming, to a new science that itself does not use any. And this is part of what you will hear and you will see in the coming time that will be promoted by the Keshe Foundation. Paris Conference documents worth nothing because they have to make a lot of effort. Transferring into the gas plasma technology will solve all the global warming in a stroke of a pen if and when nations start using it. And we show the way. And the new structure of the Keshe Foundation will be tackling global warming through the new technology, and we show it. And we enter as a new nation, and as one nation, this is what it is. But we have to show the ways, not talk. And we have the technology to do it, to show it.
That'll make us the new carbon nation.
We are one nation.
No, the carbon nation.
Yep.
We put the fizz back into life.
And with a lot of buzz. But this is the way we go, and so we are setting up the structure that way. And it has to be at the reach of every man, everybody can do. And it'll be simple enough that anyone can do. We don't clean up, we just deliver a new alternative ways, but through our own platform.
Mr. Kesh, this is terrific news, and thank you so much for being here and in investing all your time today. And I also want to thank all the knowledge seekers on this platform for likewise participating and allowing me to make a presentation again today. It's a great honor to do so. And Mark, it's a great honor to work with you. I'm going to sign off. Thank everybody, and look forward to next week's exciting episode. Over to you,
I
Mark.
think it'll be very exciting for you, Alex, next episode. More exciting than you think, I think.
Well, we have, we're not the same as we were last week. So that's all I'm going to say right now.
What did you read?
We signed the papers Friday.
I understand. You informed me. But it's a different direction and dimension and totally new direction. And we'll talk about it when we bring it out in the Thursday teaching.
I'm okay.
Thank you very much.
Tuesday is my birthday, so you're actually giving me a nice birthday present. I appreciate that. It's only been 7 decades.
Alex,
Yes.
do you think you are working with Mr. Cash? He will he will let you in your comfort zone? No.
I'm like
happy birthday anyway. We don't say how old you are, but happy birthday.
Thank you. I've never been happier in my life. Because I'm finally doing something that is worthwhile, and that's my opinion. I'm sticking to it.
Yeah, I think you will see a new life into the whole of the Keshe Foundation structure. And as I said on Thursday, we will announce most of it. Hopefully, all the agreements should be completed by then. And then we'll see the new setup for the Keshe Foundation, new layout for the Keshe Foundation, worldwide. But these are small steps, but necessary that we can build to reach the ultimate point of creating knowledge to be free. At the same time, knowledge be the cause of peace, to bring peace.
Hello, Mr. Kesh.
Yes. Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon. Before finishing up, Alex, please let me just say a few words. As this is Jefferson Rodriguez from Brazil. Thank you for the opportunity. What a wonderful meeting that we've had this evening. And Mark and Alex, you know how much I feel wonderful with this structure here that we can join the whole world, knowledge seekers, as a family. Mr. Kesh, Salom, with all my respect that I have for you, it's so good. You cannot imagine that we can feel throughout your emotion plasmatic fields that you are back to game. And we all are here, I believe, or I feel so, in the strength of the emotion that we were talking about, that we'll talk with the soul. And I believe what we understand, I understand humbly now. No, this meeting is with the friends. And we feel you, Cash, humbly. We feel that we are with us in the easy way. You are saying not your plans, but what it's all about, throughout the Cash Foundation and the Universal Council and the problem with the Earth Council and the Universal Council. We are in the same ZX as Mr. Alex taught of us, because when he said about the matter with the small m, bringing the ray to whatever, that's the basic, not advanced teaching, that's the basic. But he brought us this basic. From the basic, you can make some structures to reach the higher level of this wonderful technology that they brought for us. And I don't want to say different things from any other, but we understood. And I think we are here to serve. We are here to serve you, your ideas, and give you freely from our souls. Take what you need. We are one. No, I've been thinking about why, after saying those words, you should say present. I don't know. I was just wondering, because we are present to a wish of someone else. Present in what? I didn't understand so far. Because sometimes this word comes around and we think, well, where are you present of?
The word of the present, sorry, Mr. Jefferson, let me explain to you. The word of presence came in a way of respectfulness of saying, I agree and I support. This terminology came out of the, what you call, beginning of the Universal Council meetings, where instead of you saying, I agree and I support, it says, because they cannot do anything except through the soul, says, my soul is present to serve, to agree with what you said, and how you can use my soul to reach what you want to do. It is not for outside, and it's something traditional with the Universal Council. This is the way they show the agreements. When you go to a parliament, they take a vote. And then they say yes, so many yeses and so many no's, or who objects. In the Universal Council, they don't have any voting right to say yes or no. They can give from their soul and support what they call the motion or the thoughts. And in a way, it means he can take from my soul the support, what you need. And they have found a lot of ways to do this. And it's like you're going, when you see the British Parliament, the one says, the ones on the left say yes, and they all go yeah, and the other one goes no. How many no's? They count no's. The council doesn't have that power for members to outvote each other or whatever. But if you feel you support the idea or whatever of a member, you can say I'm present, which means I don't need to agree with it or disagree with it. My soul is there if you need anything to help, to find a path to do it. Which means all the ones who speak
the language of my mother language I'm the member of, are there all those souls to support you. The Universal Council power will become very present. And that's why they say I'm present. It means not only I agree, but I support you, not only my soul, but the soul of the language and all those citizens of the planet Earth who speak my language. There's a lot of power behind it. That's what it means.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Cash. And now I understood. I thought that it was something coming from the matter and not from the creator.
This is how originally, when Universal Council was set up, the first election of supreme member of Universal Council and setting of Universal Council was set by the members of the council, which was agreed to be done that way. And when the Constitution and the Charter of the Keshe Foundation was written, at that time for the Dubai conference, and then following that in August of that year on, the following year, when the Universal Council was set up into agreeing all pieces, one nation, was agreed by them.
I don't remember as well.
Yeah, and this is how it was set up, and this is how this is set up.
No, understood, Mr. Cash. Thank you. No. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I understood what you said, and I have a question. If you have time to do this, but when you say, I was reading one of your books. I don't remember. It was the book number 1 or 2 or 3, because I read them in different time frames. To get some clues and the path of the way. It's very interesting. It's when you said that our planet is got some gas that's trapped on our planet inner core. If these gases, they have souls, but they have a task to keep turning our planet in a spinning speed of 1,606 kilometers per hour, or maybe 1,000 miles per hour in its axis. I would be not why it would be something like x-axis. And these gases, they already have a soul. They already have a task to do. They are they different from the souls from the universe, or they are part of it because we can interact with them with us a really wonderful souls.
If
I make myself clear, thank you.
Yeah, if you read the pattern on the book, we always said the center of the planet is made of composition of gases, nanomaterial, and it stays in that condition because it's entrapped with the magnetic fields like a body of the man. And so, in a way, collectively, as an egg and a sperm come together, and collectively, after collecting all the fields of it that lead to the creation of the soul, the planet is the same, but the soul of it is in the center of it. So it's not just a gas, it's a collective structure of the planet has a soul. Yes, it has. And it works in conjunction with the other souls of the solar system and the creatures which support.
Wow. Oh, sorry.
This is the structure which is
We have a connection with the soul of our mother when we are in the womb of the mother, and we are within the womb of the outer edge of it, in a way, of the womb of this planet. So it has a soul, and we work with it because this is what we call gravitational magnetic field of it, which is created, and collectively we all benefit by it, and we live by laws of it. So it has a soul. It has a field interaction.
So we can interact with them, because I've been interact with them, and they are very funny.
You already have interacted. That's why you've been created at this position and time.
Yes, but they were wonderful.
But the thing is a very big question. I'll put this once to a theologist, and I wonder how many of you will find an answer to it.
No, you have already.
No. Wait, please.
Sorry.
I go back into the teaching, especially, for example, last Thursday, and the intro which we play, which it says, your soul, what kind of children you think your soul will create. And we always say that the soul of the man, when it leaves the physicality of the man, it takes its position somewhere in the universe to create a new life. But one question to ask all of you, I don't know if you ever thought of it or not. Whose soul in which part of the universe has been created that has become the soul and the seed of this planet, that we are his children? Do you want your soul to create children of a misconduct that leads to the creation of the planet, or a structure like Earth that entities kill each other and destroy each other? And I explained to the person in a very simple way. What we've seen with this planet, what the misconductive soul has been or lived, that is become the seed of this, that we are his children. Do you want your soul to be the seed for such a thing that become the center of the suffering of thousands and millions of souls? And as is true to one, is true to the other. This planet is made of the soul of a creature, somewhere in the universe, that its seed has taken the shape of the man, life on this planet, and it has spread so much mayhem and so much chaos and killing. Would you like your soul to create a planet like this? And this is a question to all of you. And it's not just that your soul releases and goes and finds a new position in the universe to become the seed for another cycle of life. But what is carried, it carries into the depth of the knowledge of what you create. And so, whose children are we? That the soul has been created, has been so misconducted that it has led to creation of life like this on earth, that everything depends on killing and destroying. Would you like your soul to create such a planet again? Or do we get everything right before we leave the dimension of physicality, before we become the seed for another star and a galaxy or a planet that will never carry this, what I call misbehavior or creation of life this way? So if we become a seed for another solar system or another planet in the universe, would you like to become like Earth? then you have to think how you judge your work. And this is what I said in the teaching of Thursday. This is Judgment Day. Would you like to become this killing machine like Earth, where we are as children? Or do you want to become the perfect, that there is no one, there is none? And this is a big dilemma for many of you. As I said to a friend once, can you imagine what the solar pit people like Hitler and Mussolini and present world leaders who've done so much mayhem will create in space? Isn't it the reason that's why the Creator has gone to the steps to come to correct the seed? That when you correct the base, the future seeds of the universe will be perfect? Isn't a way of precaution or preempting before we get more mayhem? Every year, billions of souls in different sizes and dimensions leave this planet for the universe and universe, and all with misconduct. That's why Earth is coming to be corrected, to end with this. And now imagine, do you want your soul to be a seed for such a thing as Earth, with so much misery? That should have brought a lot of thinking to a lot of you, if you understand the essence of the question.
Your wish is our commandment. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Look, I don't have a wish. We are here to accomplish a new race that does do no misconduct in space or in the universe, either way you look
at it. In my view, humble view, Mr. Cash, we're gonna do this as faster as we could imagine, because we are working with our emotions and we are not only intentions to make these things happen. We are repositioned. There are thousands and thousands of plasmatic fields from knowledge seekers all around the universe and inside our Earth. And thank you very much, Mr. Cash. How can I say that a genius? I get kind of emotional because when we are the creator, it's very hard to hold the emotions. And we are together. I understood everything that you said. Thank you very much. Reini Manu Aspamectum. This is what I learned. It means muito obrigado por sua ajuda. Well, thank you very much for your help. We are all one. Thank you.
We start with silence, we end it with silence.
Everyone's reached a balanced position. Jalal, would you like to tell us what your day will involve tomorrow? And thank you, Mr. Kesh, as always.
Don't remind me. That's why I said a lot of work. Maybe from 9 to 12 night.
Well, at 9 a.m. CET tomorrow, Jalal will be conducting a class for private students. And please, I encourage all of you to fill out the application and apply to become a private student. At 7 p.m. CET, Jalal will be being interviewed on a certain radio, or is it a web platform, which will be a continuation of his previous interview.
I will put it here in the chat.
And then in the evening, there'll be a public teaching by Alex. Thank you so much, Alex, for giving so much of your knowledge and time to all of us. In the Portuguese language community, that is still on for tomorrow, correct, Alex? If you can hear me.
Yes, it is. Thanks very much, Mark.
Okay, and Tuesday, another public platform with One Planet, One Nation, One Race for World Peace, which all of you can attend. Wednesday morning at 7 a.m. CET, the Kesh Plasma Reactor Group will be commencing activities, and that is also a public forum. On Thursdays, Mr. Kesh will deliver the 366 Knowledge Seekers Workshop, which again, a public platform. So you have many opportunities to interact with the foundation and to absorb knowledge and so on and so forth.
Mark, if I may.
Go, please, Alex.
Yes, we also have an Italian public teaching class Monday afternoon. And Stefania, and I know that you're here, and I need to issue an apology to the Italian community. I signed off with Forza Italia, which was referencing, because I have a soccer background, it was referencing the Azzurri. And I didn't understand that there was a political party in Italy with that name. So I am not a politician, and so that was not the reference to that. Please let your team know that I was wishing the good intentions of the Italian indomitable spirit of the Azzurri. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem. I will do that. But it's the other way around. Is the politician that took that word Forza Italia is a good word. It's been taken. It's been taken. But I will let know. I was not aware of it.
Well, I wasn't either, and I only found I said that. Then I seen with the collapse of the government. Oh my God! I said I must have insulted some Italian people. So that was not the intention. But thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And thank the Radio Vision for us all, Stefania.
Sorry?
Thank the Radio Vision for us.
Did you like it?
Beautiful.
Did you enjoy?
Yes.
Thanks to Mr. Cash.
Yes.
Yeah, it's really good. Thank you.
Hello, this is Marie. Tuesday at 11 p.m. And then it's TV Galactica with Rafael and Rosanna and myself.
Thank you for reminding us.
Please, all the teachers, please, all the teachers, say how much you gain and pay back to the foundation. So not put it in your pockets, huh?
I didn't understand anything you said, but it's okay.
This is for Alex and Marie.
I didn't understand either.
Me either.
He was trying to implement that you are getting paid for this presentation. Don't forget to pay something to the foundation. Am I correct, Jala?
Yes, Mr. Cash.
Yeah, but they're getting paid only with love and care.
So we give it back, love and care, always.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for all your support. Please, if you are you're doing any television presentation or anything in that kind of way, get the right that you have the right to give this to the foundation to show. If you do a television presentation live or a voice presentation interview, but you're teaching, we are not so much interested in interviews, more presentation of teaching. The foundation will be interested to those. Get a copyright or get a right that you can share, and it's not only exclusivity to you, but that can be used by the foundation. This is important.
I didn't understand.
If you do a television presentation, yeah, or a radio teaching, get the right from the station that this teaching or this recording can be shared with the Keshe Foundation teaching programs. That is not exclusivity to the television station, that you can get a copy and it can be shown on Keshe Foundation channels.
Perfect. Okay. Yes. Understood. Understood. Yes. Okay. I didn't thought about that. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Because this is important for our future programs.
Shall I do also with the past interview, the one that has been done from?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Any interviews, even like Rafael has done with the Brazilian television, or you do interviews, these interviews in your own local language, even in Italian, we would like to start to be sent to the foundation.
Perfect.
Would this just be a verbal okay, or would you?
Has to be in writing.
A signed document.
Has to be in writing that they give us the right to broadcast. Only on the Keshe Foundation channels, not outside or to be given to other television channels or whatever.
Perfect. Very good. I didn't thought about this. Very, very good.
Okay.
I will.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your support.
Any interviews, any television recording, any kind of presentation, which is a scientific presentation in your own languages. Does not matter what language. If you can go back and ask for it to be given the right that it can be, can be used on the Keshe Foundation channels, this will help us a lot.
Okay.
Hello, Mr. Cash.
Yes.
That's Jefferson, Brazil again, Rodriguez. I think I posted in the one of Telegram groups about few units of your air system, as I have already bought many other things, but it's not so friendly to buy. Someone just made things easier to buy. Just you buy, you go to checkout from the product, and you have the options to pay. And if you have it just like, how can I say, the PayPal costs us 5% more tax. So you must make the account of the product and make the account.
We have
the
allowed.
5%?
This is the way, it's the only way this platform works. And we have allowed for that in the pricing.
So I believe that it's better to put in the pricing. You see,
it's
in Europe, it's 3%. In Brazil or outside of Europe, it's 5%. It makes confusion in the mind of the people. First, how to make it 3% of, for instance, 500 euros or
Yes,
you know.
yeah, the thing is, in the old pricing, it was not included. Everything in January is changed. The price includes that 5%. If you notice, if you notice, in before Christmas, the shipping was not included. You paid goods plus shipping. Now all the shippings are included in the prices. We have made it very easy.
Mr. Cash, can I tell you one thing that's very interesting? We are talking about shipping and handling, and 5% or 3%. Have you have the idea how much of importation tax is for Brazilian community of any imported products, only for importation tax, and before the state tax, and before the handling and shipping, 100%.
The shipping and everything to the port, to your country, is done by the foundation.
Yes.
In the European community, we handle that because it's part of the structure as we are a European company. In like in Brazil, the goods on arrival becomes taxable by you, depends how your government allows and what taxation bracket do. But we choose a product code which links to the product is bought, and nobody can do anything about these things. We send goods to more or less most of the nations around the world, and this is something which we cannot control. Each country has got its own rules and regulation.
I know, Mr. Cash, you know, in Brazil, we have 60% of importation tax for every product that is bought from abroad. So we have a protection here in Brazil, according to the government. So over that, you must pay 18% of state tax just for circulation of this merchandise in the Brazil. I'm saying this because Brazil probably is the most protected industry, wrongly, in my vision.
We can't say anything because it applies to everyone in the world. People pay their taxes for systems at the port of import. And some countries have 5%, some countries are 3%. And we cannot produce goods in Brazil at the moment. So it sets with the laws of the government. I understand what you're talking about, but this applies to everything we send around the world. We have 2 factory locations in China and in Austria. Soon a 3rd factory and a 4th factory, which we already own most of the parts of the properties of. They're coming into operation in 2021. Mexico is coming into operation as of next month in a different way. And then Nigeria is coming into operation. We're shifting all the machinery from Ghana into Nigeria. And each country will have, you receive goods from Nigeria, you have to pay taxes coming from Nigeria. From Brazil, you get goods from Mexico, you have to pay the taxes. Till we produce some materials in Brazil, that those you pay your local taxes. This is how it will be, and we cannot change. In some countries, the taxes are low, in some countries are higher. But what we've done now, the new management in the Keshe Foundation have changed the structure in Europe. In Europe, from more or less March onwards, everything is shipped into Europe and we deliver including taxes because it's for us, it's easier to do it that way. So there is a lot of advantages. The same, I think, will be happening in Iran. We ship on a Silk Road train into 2 or 3 depots, places, and it'll be handled that way. But then we cover our taxes in a different way. Iran is the next destination for manufacturing, which we are investing and developing. So we have a 2 Asian position of production, Iran, China. In Europe, Austria has become the headquarters of cash management worldwide. Mexico, we own the property, we spend millions on it. And now it's coming into operation in next 2 weeks, most probably in different way. And the same in Nigeria. We invested over $1 million+ of machinery and systems, which were destined for Ghana. Now they are getting shipped into Nigeria to start a new manufacturing center in Nigeria. And so we try to globalize in a way that we have a production center somewhere that these taxations and these things can be paid. But at the end of it, most of the products of the Keshe Foundation in a what we call massive production will come from China. And these taxations will stay. It's part of the way your government runs its administration.
Understood, Mr. Keshe. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know who am I interrupting to.
No worry, it just need to be explained every now and then. And secondly, in the next, as I said, by Thursday, a number of announcements will be made by the Keshe Foundation in how new Keshe Foundation has taken a new shape and dimension in 3 or 4 different directions. But they'll carry on into extending to further developments of bringing and globalizing the Keshe Foundation 2021.
You know, Mr. Keshe, I believe that the production in Brazil should be made in Brazil because the cost.
We can't produce everything in every country. It's an impossibility. Because you got to understand, everything we produce in each country has, if we produce for the mask we produce in China, we produce in Brazil, we have to go through all the certification process of manufacturing in Brazil. You understand?
Understood. Understood. Of course.
When you look at the masks or the gases you receive, it's taken us over 6 months, a year to get all the certification, all the testing done, all the laboratory tests, all the skin tests, all the animal tests. Everything we do out of China is all certified, test done, that is all perfect done. It's the same in Austria. When we produce something, every precaution has taken about the certification, every registration, everything else. And now we have to teach to people in Mexico, because Mexico now is heading for production. We bought the property nearly 3 years ago. It's part of the Keshe Foundation global operation, but still under the protection of the Keshe Foundation, what we call Holland. And these things takes time. It takes a lot of time to get legislation and a lot of things to be done. We can't produce everything in every nation, impossibilities. But at the same time, each nation production is available to the others to buy from. This will be very clear in the coming months.
Thank you very much, Mr. Keshe. Always. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Keshe, Yvonne, I have one question. When you turned on the enhancement unit last week, were there any noticeable effects in the environment around Linz?
We are testing in different ways and we don't announce. We know the enhancement units create environmental changes. We know this from Chinese tests. I
was wondering about light or...
We don't, we don't
All right,
disclose
well,
it.
if you don't
Because
want
I
to
tell
say
you,
anything
no,
now.
let me tell you why. You have to understand the reason why we don't announce things anymore. If you remember, when we tested in Linz the first time, and we announced that we have seen some effects and what we saw, immediately those who left the Keshe Foundation in the past 6 months made calls to the authorities, made calls to the police, made calls to everybody else, yeah, to cause the maximum problem for the foundation. Those who thought they were angels. You understand?
I understand. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked.
No, knowledge seekers have to understand what we are battling with. They called and we received everything, and the authorities, they called everybody they could. So now we don't need to. We make announcements after the thing is done. The same as I said, when we open the Linz, opening of the Linz, what we call exhibition, was one of the biggest lessons we learned, that how these people work. Because in the writings on the internet, they mention who they've spoken to. And we had to go and just speak to the person. And they said, yes, we received, and these are the things they've told us. These are the people who were teaching you last year and the year before. And
sadly.
Yes. And these are the people who work. We have enemies within. So we set a structure that the work of our enemies becomes benefit to us. And many of you, I'm sure you have seen messages in past 2, 3, 4 days that is embarrassment and full of lies. But these are the people, the way they've gone. For years, we were trying to find the source of our problem. Now we see where it was. Where every time we were progressing, we hit the problem. Now we don't hit the problem.
Well, that's good. We can go ahead.
That's why we are progressing so rapidly. We don't need to disclose anything. And this is it. I'm sure many of you have seen messages in past 72 hours, which is nothing but lie, and now is in the hand of criminal investigation by the police.
Well, I hope they prosecute them.
They prosecute their own soul. We don't need to do anything. They are not. They are an organized group. They are not one or two. Okay, but it's good for them. Actually, the good thing with it is they bring some hardship. But the good thing is authorities who did not know about us now, they know about us. You understand? And they come to us. They come in a different way as finding a solution. It's the best example of it is what happened to us in Iran. The same person, the same group started a mayhem, and it went to the highest people in the government, and then they thought, why this, have we allowed this to happen? They haven't received protection from us. They immediately, what takes 3 to 5 years to get this kind of governmental protection was issued in less than 2 months.
That's great. That's really great.
We are here to serve, and as we work in that ethos, always say the best thing for us is those who try to damage us, because in a way they show our weaknesses, where we are weak and where we have to do things. And don't worry about it. It's just that the foundation, now you will hear on Thursday, I'm sure many of you will be very pleased with what is to be announced, a combination of work done by the knowledge seekers, by most of the members of Universal Council, which is building it in the background, plus what the Keshe Foundation is doing through its operation. The foundation is getting led by the members of Universal Council in the way they see it. They're creating the connection, they're creating the platforms for the foundation to be operated as benefit. Will bring more knowledge seekers and more knowledge to be spread around the world.
That's wonderful.
You're welcome. You will hear
Thank
it
you.
on Thursday. Thursday, we announce, every week we announce as we develop the new system, the new structure, and I'm sure many of you, like the rest of the world, will see the first flying machine, which was supposed to be shown in January with the situation which is now. We are delayed through Corona and the development, and you will see it. This time we don't tell where and how. Then secondly, they cannot stop where and how. The last time what shocked me was nobody except 2-3 people knew that a flight system was going to be shown in Eindhoven. And how we got hit the day before and they knew where it was, only one person knew, except me.
Well, we've come a long way, Mr. Cash. We've come a long way.
We've got a long way to go. We're just crawling. We haven't started walking. We still haven't started walking, but good. That is good. Everything they've done has been good for humanity and for a structure of our work. And the only thing I say always to, and I was talking to a close friend of mine last few days, I said is to pray for their soul, to elevate their soul. That's all we can do. We don't look at them as enemies. Their soul needs elevation. That's all.
Yes, exactly. Thank you, Mr. Cash.
Thank you very much.
All right. Is there anyone else that wants to enlighten us or add to the knowledge or make a statement? We all warmly thank you, Mr. Cash, for your presence. You've been a regular fixture in this meeting for quite some time, and we all appreciate that. I was going to play the other part of the Radio Vision interview, but I think it's been about 5.5 hours, so I'll read the disclaimer and then we'll close the meeting. But before I do that, again, is there anyone who wanted to add anything that's been hesitating?
Fly us home.
We'll see you in 8.5 hours.
Good night,
What
everyone.
did you say, Jalal?
I said, fly us home.
Will do.
We are at home, Jalal. You know that.
My
you know, I was trying to bring a music for us. Yeah, that's true. But I could not find the archive that the music it is. But I would like to share with you all this music. Would be amazing. Not to finish, but to bring some, as Mr. Cash said earlier in this meeting, sometimes we have some frequency from the music. Yeah, it's very good, but I won't put it now. I'm
Perhaps
not,
next week, Jefferson, but
yeah. You can
remember
go. It's very good. It's good to listen and dance a little bit. We must dance a little bit because this is a party.
Exactly.
And we are part of this party.
But remember, as Rick reminds us, if it's a copyrighted material or anything like that, we may not want to.
Yeah. That's what I thought about as well.
Mm-hmm.
But the name of the guy is Tim Maia. And the name of the music is Quero Voltar. You'll find in the internet. And when we listen to this music, everybody's gonna dance.
Maybe you can run it by Rick. If you can run it by Rick Crammon, I think he has a good eye or a good nose for sensing what we what we can't use.
Rick should be with us here. No? Probably he is, but I don't know.
He's here on Soul Level.
Yes, at least.
As is
I
John.
believe so, because this is a fun. We are here to have fun. And the soul take whatever they need.
As Mr. Kesh said,
so much. Thank you very much.
In the past, the fun has just begun. Okay, disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional, medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, quote unquote, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves, for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.